you? Check 1, 2, mic check. Gotta change that. Mic check 1, 2. Check. Check 1, 2. Mic. Check. Yeah. I think you can hear me well like that. Here we go. Oh, shit. I'm on GameStop right now for the thumbnail for this morning. CNBC's on fire right now, huh? Nasty little trolls on CNBC. Check, mic check 1. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the what do we got here? We got some news dropping. They're really pissy right now. We'll go over Tesla today. They're really fucking pissy about Tesla today. Tesla's diverting chips to X. We also have claims of Elon Musk. Huh. Good morning. How are you all doing out there? All right, let's get right into it. Let's go to positioning here really quick. Multi-stream, refresh the chat. Okay. Let's start here. Let's go over to a 1-hour basis. Just take a quick peek here. We got something to talk about today. Last week, I think last 2 Fridays ago, right? We talked, I think, so the Friday had let's not I think or I thought or whatever. Let's start right at the beginning. So we go into Memorial Day weekend, right? And there's a discussion that takes place with JPM, GS, some other participants discussing a short for last week on basically on low volume in the market. And the discussion on that short started heading into Memorial Day weekend. We got back on Tuesday. It was in full swing into the weekend, right into Friday. And then of course at some point I think even Magella got in on it and said, "Hey, this is likely going to happen," and it did, right? So we got that short in last week, and then that same group of people came back out into Friday, talking about how there likely won't be another opportunity for this to take place until the new month flows come in. All this data we have coming out, which we have some of it right now, right? We got some data coming out at 10 a.m. this morning. We got JOLTS. We got a bunch of events coming up too, right? We just got a bunch of crap going on for the beginning of June. Now, with that being said, there's still an expectation. They had the first leg down last week. There's an expectation out there that these guys want 5% fast, like drop at 5%. I think everybody's on this trade at this point. I think a lot of retail in general, I keep seeing, I haven't watched any of them, but I keep seeing people on YouTube posts and stuff. I see people posting stuff all over FinTwit. Seems like everybody's on the same ride right now. We're going to go over the counter trade to that this morning or today. And why? Go over that counter trade. I'm scratching my head here. I'm watching the market breadth and rotation going on in the background. Everything says go short. Everything says pick a poison. Pick a place up here to get short. and we'll run it down. Does that look like it's not? Wait a minute here. Transparency. Why is that? Yeah, that's better. Like, that's way better. We don't want no transparency when I'm drawing. You know, sometimes we get inside of these consolidative moves here. They do resolve to the upside. No, that sounds crazy to even suggest. But we've got two things to look at. We've got the one idea of looking at as to how deep is it going to go. Does it go all the way down to 5,000? Does it go to 4,800? Does it last for, I don't know, into the end of June? Does the selling last into October like it did last year? Last year we squeezed big right around now, right? I mean a big squeeze. And then we sold into all the way into October. And then we squeezed from like October 10th or 12th into the end of the year. I mean, like straight vertical line, straight up. So the one thing that I took away from that yesterday was anything can happen, no matter what everything points towards. Market results can go completely against everything that in the face of things that are telling you this or that's going to happen. So we'll take a look at that this morning. We're going to chat about some stuff. We're also going to chat about the stagflation trade because the ISM manufacturing came out yesterday, and it's weak. It's not that weak. Overall, it's not bad, but it's not great either. Shows that the Fed's work is working, or what the Fed is doing is working, even though there's some calls out there right now for a rate increase. Now, this next meeting to increase or hike rates a little bit, 25 basis points, would be unexpected in the marketplace. But at any rate, just looking at this right here, what the expectations are, the rotation that's going on by sector is leaving me scratching my head. We're going to take a look at that this morning, that rotation that's going on, because sometimes that rotation will take place and we don't go down. As a matter of fact, communication services is now up. Communication services is now at 72. It was at 51 3 days ago. Tech is down, and equal weighted S&P 500 is down 0.5% yesterday, and market breadth indicator is going down right now, where price is not showing us that downside move. So, how bad does it get? Do we get that 5% down move? Is it not as bad as we thought it would be? What's 5% from right here? You know, let's say we get all the way up here. Let's say we get up here, right? What's 5%? It's the weekly trigger. We already visited the weekly trigger not too long ago, right? We were over here, right over here, back in April. Not that common to be back there again. These guys ask a lot. These fucking sellers, these fucking bears want a trip to the weekly trigger every fucking week, don't they? Once a month. We're gonna go back and back test. We're gonna correct once a month. I don't know. It's you know what it fucking smells like to me? It smells like they're fucking caught short up here. This was the top, and now it's not the fucking top. They either need to get out. I'm serious. It's like that simple sometimes. Just like pure on anger. I want to get back down here, bro. You know, this is really what you want? You want to start doing this shit up, down like that? So I don't know. We'll take a look at more depth at it this morning and see if they're going to get that 5% move down. We talked about this last Friday, right? Like, matter of fact, we talked about it right before we squoze into the close. Like the last half hour before we squoze, right? I was like, these fucking guys they're like, we only want 2%. Now we only want 5%. You know, that 48.50 is really what we want. We really need that. And we talked about that on Friday, and I'm like, man, just because you want that, this fucking market goes up and to the right. So I don't know. I just want to play devil's advocate today in what these guys are talking about, because they want to come back in. These guys are waiting for anything to, like, between now and the 13th. They really want that big down corrective move, more so than even this probably. They want 48.50. They want it down. They want the run to be over. They want to have a fuck you summer. You know, that's what they want. So that they always want that, though. And will they get that? It looks like we're gonna get it. I just you know, is it before we squeeze is the question. How high can we squeeze? Can we squeeze to 4,500? I think we can. And I'm gonna, or at least I'm gonna try to posit to how we can, how that can happen. So we'll get into that here in a bit too. Give me just one quick second here. Get rid of that. Otherwise, if you're gonna be a rational market participant, I'm going to say two things to you here. Two things that are important here. There is a trade here that these sellers want. And they want to sell down on you right around 530 to 532. That's their plan. And they will definitely want to come in and sell down on you in this 535. So what would that say, or what would that say to me? Just like Friday, if you are a bull, it's always nice to buy dips. So if you can catch that dip down here to get long again, be patient for that to come to you, whether they sell us here, or up here on an all-time high. Be waiting down here to buy. That's the prudent thing to do. Regardless of what triggers it and whenever it happens, you want to be buying those lows. Friday was a great example, wasn't it? We were here on Friday. We got down to that 5,200 on market gamma, and we expected a bounce there. So if we can catch another downside move as a bull, you do it. And I want to show you something else this morning that I didn't get a chance to post to you last night. That was this over here. I want to show you this here. A little Sneaky Pete's working in the background. And I always want to be, I always like watching this specific triple levered short, I should say. Where am I at here? Last night I went into our Discord late night. And hold on here. Went into our Discord late night last night, and I took a look at, here, let's just do it together. Here, we'll just do it together. Hold on. So this is our Discord. This is the Unusual Wills Premium Bot channel. We'll move this over so you guys, I can see what you guys are saying. Oh, I need to lock that in. I need to lock that up. I'll make that a little bit smaller. So I typed in ESTOW net flow, and then I put in ESTOW, right? Oh, nope. Yep, ESTOW. I press return. And let's see. 1 day forward, current day net premium, last 7 days. Let's see if this will show. Here we go, right here. And they're ramping. This is of course the close, but they're ramping this call buying here. You see that green line going up, and they're just ramping that call buying. And they're relentless on this call buying. They did it yesterday, and they're really moving in on this ESTOW. And the reason why I like looking at this ESTOW rather than S&P 500 or the Dow Jones Industrial Averages, it doesn't get a lot of action. Doesn't get a lot of action, this ticker. So when it does get action, it's glaring. It stands out. And we're going to look at that right now. So bottom right-hand side here, screener, we're going to go over to, where is ESTOW? Right over here. Now, I had some alerts down here to buy ESTOW at $15.15 and $10 set up. And they're buying it right now. They're buying ESTOW hand over fist. We have some bottoming action happening right now in ESTOW. And I'm looking at, let me bring this over here, a couple places of interest right here. Another place of interest right here. And this is $21, where this yellow box is $30. There's no interest. I don't see much interest on $30 calls right now. But I think 21C for June 28th, which is got some nice time on it, right? June 28th, got another 3 weeks. I think those are going for 30 cents, so they were yesterday, going for 30 cents. And I think they pay, if we tag $21, I think it pays 500 or 600%. A nice payout on this here. Now, the key point on ESTOW, if you're going to protect yourself into the end of month, a key point on ESTOW would be, one, to buy it low, right? So if S&P 500 goes up for a little bit here and we can catch another low down here, if you can grab a low at like 15.5, somewhere down in here, for this squeeze up $21 in the end of June, they're dirt cheap. 20 cents, you guys lose 20 cents all the time, right? 20, 30 cent calls in a month, calls, but it's bearish. Seems like a reasonable hedge to put on the market. You should either be buying volatility. That would mean if you buy volatility, that means that you don't care if SPY goes down 5% or not. You're just buying the spike in vol. We have event vol coming, fairly easy trade, right? Or you buy some put spreads, right? In the money put spreads. As we trade up here, currently trading 526 on SPOOs right now. So if we trade 532, 530, something like that, what you do is you just get some put spreads, you date them for the end of the month, they're in the money, and you collect. Cheap enough that it protects you for any downside movements. You can chase the market up and feel confident that you'll be protected. And also, you can cut sides off. If you build a put spread individually, right, rather than a package deal, you buy or you split the trade up so that you can open and close each leg depending upon where we go. We got a bloodbath one day, you close that fucking doom side down, and you have a free lotto ticket to the upside to 5,400 at the end of the month or something like that. Now, this other trade is this ESTOW trade. I like this one, I think, right now, personally, for that leg higher. I like the idea of it because of how much it actually pays. And I like the fact that call flow is coming in on the back end of that trade. It's crystal clear that you can see that trade. So somewhere in this like 520, 521C into end of month, somewhere in here. You can see it. You might even be able to do like July or August on that trade if you can find interest on the options chain for July or August. Put a little bit of extra time on it. Make sure people are buying on that strike. It's like a 20C, June, July, August, something like that. And look for a nice little rip higher. This thing pays wonderfully, but again, you want to have option interest on a particular strike. Don't go out there trying to get a strike that nobody has any interest on, like zero. You need other people on the same wavelength as you trading ESTOW. So keep an eye on ESTOW here as a possible trade as well. You got ESTOW buying vol, put spread on S&P 500, depending upon what takes place as we move forward. And, if you really wanted to, If you really wanted to, you could probably be looking for like maybe set an alert, like, something like that right there. Like, oh, set an alert, make draw a line here, add an alert on trend line, crossing down. Bam. Only once. Yeah. Create that alert right there. So if you see maybe ESTOW come down here and it tags, let's see where that is. Maybe it tags like 1636 or something like that. And then look for that 20 or 21C. And take a peek at different months. I looked at June 28th, but you can look in July if you want, August, something like that, for that potential trade to the upside on ESTOW as a way to hedge the market. Now we're going to go back and I'm going to give you guys the contra-trade to all of this in a few moments. The contra-trade. That contra-trade is that we don't actually go down, right? That we're not going to get the 5% downside move. And why? Let me bring this up for you guys. This thing closer here. Go to a 30-minute basis. This is kind of a little sneaky Pete in here, too. This price action was kind of funky this morning. I didn't like seeing all that price action this morning. They were coming in again to sell us down. I mean, they're taking it, right? Came in this morning, trying to slam us down again in the morning. They're looking for any kind of low volume opportunity to get short here, aren't they? You can just see it in the price action. They're stepping in, trying to just get in here. Look at this shit. 9:30 in the morning, bam, sell it down. Came in again this morning. This was what time was this? This was 4 a.m. I think this morning. Try it again this morning, and they're just waiting for one of these things to stick, aren't they? Just trying to get something to stick here. All right, so what are we doing now? Let me get rid of this here for a minute. Get out of there. We got a bunch of crap to talk about. Let me take a peek here. I'm gonna look myself. Winky just said he didn't see any call volume at ESTOW. I'm gonna look right now. Hold on. Yeah, that June. I'm looking at that June. Right. Matter of fact, I'm looking at the June 28th, 21 and 20. Not 20, but 21C. Yeah, I'm looking right now. I'm going through the chain right now to look to see. I'm checking sooner and later. Hold on a second, Wink. Sorry, I can't. I'm not. Hold on one second, Winky. I'm looking at something here, brother. Okay. I already did that. What's going on there? Yeah, they've got everything in the money already, don't they? Yeah, I got option interest at 24 on 21C. And it looks like I've got option interest. So on the June 28th, I've got 24 on option interest on 21C. And then on the 16C, there's 261, which is high as fuck. They got nothing on 20 and nothing on 20 and a half. And it looks like that 16C was already bought in prior days on either in March or in what am I looking at here? In May 23rd. Do you see that, Winky, or no? No, it doesn't get any higher than that. It usually, so the thing about ESTOW is it's usually always at 0. When I trade it, it's usually like there's usually nothing, like 10, 20, maybe at max 20 in any strike. Seeing like the 30s and all of that. Yeah, if you go out farther in time, Winky, there's like zeros all the way down, bro. There's a shit ton on June 21st. slightly OTM on June 21st. I think June 28th is where it's at. I could be wrong. There's 20 C's. So like there's 204.20 C for June 14th. And you figure if those guys roll their trade out to the 28th, you'd be sitting on the 21 C. I think that's the one that I'm going with. 21 C. Market squeezing higher now, trying to trade up into the right on JOLTS report. Trading 527.54, looking for a price target of 528.32 on JOLTS. We talked about JOLTS recently. And how workforce participation is at a all-time low, so that you should expect JOLTS to be better or to improve over time. I showed you guys participation rates against males in the U.S. We're an all-time low, all-time going back to the 1950s of male. I don't know why they use men. I don't know why the fuck you get that. They tell you the male participation rate, but we're at the absolute bottom. And last month's numbers weren't that good, and our employment rates weren't that good. So expecting better this month. Yeah, they were set. I guess. Well, that was when we peaked out on some male participation rate. We peaked out in the 1950s, and then every time we've had a like national event, like COVID or 2007, the tech bubble in 01, we've had declining participation by men ever since, and it's at a historical low, and it's just about to break up. Or it's just coming into resistance right now. Like male participation rate is like this right now in the workforce. Let me see if I get this right. Something like that. It's been going down and down and down. And this last COVID one, we're just about to break out here. And there's like people out there like, yeah, we need a recession. And I'm like, what do you mean we need a recession? You're out of your fucking mind? Well, I'll show you something else that I was looking at this morning. Let me show you guys something else here. I don't want to relodge for an update. No. How about fuck you, no. No more updating. How about we just stop updating? Like, Google Chrome wants to update once a week now. Can't we just get Google Chrome just like basic search engine? Does it have to fucking be every week? Yeah, what do I want to show you here? Regression models. Yeah. What did I want to show you? Where is it? These savages are trying to sell you down already. Look at this. These fucking sellers are vicious right now. Every fucking rip they're trying to sell. I was just going to show you guys this here. They're relentless right now. These fucking sellers are. We're in the is good news is bad news cycle. Why am I not able to see the history of this? I was reading this article this morning, and it was about the Fed speakers. Give me one quick second. I'm going to go find it. Hold on. I've got it open somewhere else. Hold on a second here. Now I'm getting pissed off. Give me like 2 seconds. It's like shit just disappears. All right, I got it. I don't know why this is so hard to. A quick second here. There it is. All right, I think I found it. Here's an article I read this morning. It was in, I don't know if it's Fluenton Finance or something like that, but this is from Fortune. I'm not really a fan of Fortune personally, but Fed President Neil Kashkari says that Americans have such a visceral hatred of inflation that they'd rather have a recession than rising prices. They'd rather have a recession than rising prices. I guess maybe I gotta, here, I'll switch back and I'll read this to you, this article. But I gotta run it through web page archive really quick. I found that very fascinating that Fed President Neil Kashkari says that Americans have such a visceral hatred of inflation that they'd rather have a recession than rising prices. U.S. consumers are so fed up with rising prices that they would rather see the economy shrink than watch their costs get any higher. according to Neil Kashkari, president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. He's not a voter, by the way. He will be, I think he will be, but he's not right now. As a result, Kashkari, who has led the organization since 2016, has had some bad news for Wall Street. He doesn't believe a cut is coming anytime soon. Financiers have been waiting for JP, for Jerome Powell to confirm when rates will begin to fall from a more than decade high. Many previously believed that the process would have already begun by this point in the year, but analysts began revising their expectations when CPI data continued to come back sticky. Note to self, we have CPI the morning of the Fed. We have or CPI data the morning of the Fed rate decision. Indeed, inflation stubbornly stayed at 3.4% in April, exactly the same as it was back in December. The figure is an improvement when viewed with a longer-term lens. However, when it peaked at 9.1% in June of 2022, it still stayed well above the Fed's 2% target. While analysts who had hoped to work a cut into their forecast may be disappointed, Kashkari insists a continued grip on monetary policy is what consumers want to see. Now, this brings up a discussion here. I'm going to read the rest of this to you, but we're going to discuss this because I do find this fascinating about Main Street Bill or Main Street John. And how they react to this kind of stuff. Quote, I have learned that the American people, and maybe people in Europe equally, really hate high inflation. I mean, really viscerally hate high inflation, he told the Financial Times, the Economic Show podcast. Kashkari said that those on the lower end of the income spectrum would rather have a recession than continued inflation, acknowledging that this is the opposite of what many economists would prefer. He explained that this preference among labor unions is because workers have learned to deal with recessions before and can rely on friends and family for support. Dude, this sounds just like a rich person speaking. Kashkari illustrated, quote, I lose my job, I lean on my sister or my parents or my friends, and they help me through it. But high inflation affects everybody. There's no one I can lean on for help because everyone in my network is experiencing the same thing I'm experiencing. Remarkably resilient. Kashkari, a former aerospace engineer, is more hawkish about how the Fed should continue to handle the base rate in the future. While Kashkari does not have a vote on the base rate this year, the 12 members of the committee will consider his thoughts. And he made it clear he believes the U.S. economy is still relatively healthy. Now, mind you, they're in a fucking blackout right now. So they can't be speaking publicly, and this is all we've got while they're in a blackout. In the U.S., GDP has been remarkably strong, very strong, he explained. The labor market has been resilient. Wage growth has been mostly resilient, and we're seeing even the housing market has shown signs of resilience. So if I look at this resilience in economic activity, that does not look like an economy that is under pressure of very high, very tight monetary policy. Now, ISM came back weak yesterday, right? So this article was from yesterday or the day before, but I think it was quoted before those ISM numbers came out. ISM was weak, not too weak, not huge, but a little bit weak. Currently, the base rate sits at 5.5%, whereas prior to the pandemic, it sat at just 0.25%. Kashkari predicts that the future of the base rate lies somewhere in the middle, maybe around 2.5% mark. But he qualified, that's very uncertain. That's going to depend on what happens to the productivity growth, among other things, and, for example, like what impact AI ends up having on the economy. Indeed, the former Goldman Sachs staffer echoed a fear Jamie Dimon is voicing that few will want to listen to, that the Fed could even hike rates even more. Quote, when we look at risk and rates, we don't always look guessing what the future is. We are kind of looking at a range of outcomes, Dimon told CNBC during the JPM Morgan Global China Summit in Shanghai last month. Do I think that rates can go up a little bit? Yes, I do. And if they do, is the world prepared for it? Jamie Dimon saying probably not, right? Let me ask you that question. If they were to raise a surprise hike at this next meeting, do you think that people are prepared for that rate hike? Would that be received positively by the market? Would the market be go down for a few days, a week or two, month of June, and then rebound on that rate hike? Now, ISM came back kind of light. We also have different GDP expectations being reforecast lower than prior expectations on the year. I'll get into that here in a minute with you. Kashkari said he believes the base rate will stay where it is for an extended period of time, or until we get convinced that inflation is either well on its way going back down or it's not. If the Fed remains unconvinced, he warns rates may even go up. One thing's for certain, Kashkari, who formerly held senior positions at the U.S. Department of Treasury, will not endorse the Fed raising its inflation target from 2 to 3% and calling it a day. He explained, I think it's a terrible idea because the next time we have high inflation period, you might say, well, last time they settled at 3, maybe this time they'll settle at 4, and you'll see a gradual unanchoring of inflation expectations. Now, let's talk about inflation for a minute. There is healthy inflation, believe it or not, for our economy to grow. Now, you might be saying to yourself at home, I want inflation to come down. It hurts me. And you might be looking at your person in your chat, and they might be agreeing with you. And this article is stating that inflation impacts everybody. It knows no class of people. It knows no class of people. Inflation impacts everybody equally. Whereas recessions do not impact everyone equally. And if you bring inflation down too much, what is the inverse effect of that? So if you bring inflation down lower and lower and lower, at some point there's adverse effects, right? You begin to have a rise in unemployment, and you have a risk of falling into stagflation or even recession, which does not affect everybody equally. There's a little bit of a hamster wheel with this, where I don't know if it's a hamster wheel. It's a little bit more of a there's a weird effect in this, or an effect in this, where you and I say something like, I'll say something like, hey, I want inflation to come down. I want my dollar to go farther, right? Seems logical, right? Everybody's thinking it. But we don't know or we don't care. And that's that competitiveness of being a human, right? I don't care if we go into a recession. I'll be fine unless I'm not fine, right? Unless the recession does swoop up and catch me in it, right? The last major recession we had was in 07, 08. We had 10% unemployment. If I recall, 10%. It was likely higher than what they reported. Probably could have been 12, 13% during that time period. And if you were caught in that, no one wanted to talk to you, right? We talk about that when people get washed out of the system. You never hear from those people. They don't talk about them in the news. They're not. You just don't even want to hear from them, right? So if you got a group of 10 people, and 3 get swept away, right? Oh, that guy broke his leg. That guy got shot. That guy's dead over there, or that guy is an invalid now, or whatever. You're just like, fuck those guys. We're not going to talk to them. Let's talk to the 7 people that are doing fine in the recession, right? But you never want to talk about the bad stuff that happens to those people. And those people get hit pretty bad. Who are those people that get hurt really bad? they're likely not poor people. Or I don't know, poor people, yes, like the middle, the real true lower middle class, the working class. If you're a mechanic, you're probably going to do fine in a recession, believe it or not. If you're older, you probably won't. You get washed out for someone younger, less experienced, with cheaper, or that costs the company less, right? Companies tighten, they lay off all their senior staff, stuff like that. But if you're like a mechanic, you likely will make it through a recession. I don't know that you'd have to rely upon your sister, as Kashkari is saying. What I noticed, the big thing that I noticed in 2007, 2008, was that I lived in Vail, Colorado, and it was glaring. It was glaring that the very wealthy people disappeared. They were gone. The wealthy people that stayed were old money, and they even tightened their belts during that recession. They weren't buying Louis Vuitton. They weren't buying Cristal. They toned it back a little bit, the excessive celebrating. And I didn't see as many wealthy people, specifically new money, disappeared. New rich money, nouveau riche, that class of people, they all disappeared. Upper middle class people got hammered. They got hammered as well. So like your upper middle class, they got nailed in the last recession. They disappeared from Vail. Vail even changed who they attracted to their mountain. So you had lots of wealth at the mountain, and then all of a sudden it was like a middle income person that was vacationing. So if you were a registered nurse, you went and vacationed at Vail at that point. If you were, let's say you're a mechanic for Ford, you went. They were seeking you out to come vacation at Vail. So even just the class of people changed in that time period. But I always wonder about this. Would you rather be working, be able to change jobs, and live with inflation? And what's your demographic? If you're a young person, the reason I'm bringing this up too is because if you're a young person and you have to live through inflation, you're probably going to have a better time of it than if you were young in a recession trying to get an upper middle class job. There probably wouldn't be as many available for you, and you'd probably be stepping down in the work that you're going to be doing during a recession. And yeah, so I guess I'm wondering that maybe your age demographic would matter as well. If you're older, you don't want inflation, do you? You want a recessionary period. You already own your home. You're in a fixed income, that kind of stuff, right? You don't like the idea of having $1 million nest egg now be worth $500,000, do you? And if you're out of the workforce and you're retired, then you don't care about that. But I always wonder by demographic, age group, what you think is actually truly worse. My thesis here is that you'd prefer to have higher inflation than recession. Recessions can be very dangerous to the economy and to your future prospects for growth as a young person. I think you'd prefer to go over that 10 or 20-year period during that inflationary cycle. Cheap call out. You guys already know where it is, don't you? I'm looking to get short here. I just want you to know. If you want to know what I want, I'm trying to get short. I'm trying to get short at 530 to 532. So I'm just waiting to get short. I'm not looking to buy a dip here. I'm hoping, deep down inside of my head, like in the deepest, darkest recesses, I'm like, I should just go short right now. Because then I'm never going to get the 530, 532. I'm not looking to get long here in any way, shape, or form. 48.50. That's Captain Jim's cheap call out right now. 5,000. So Captain Jim's cheap call out on the high end. On the high end, Captain Jim's cheap call lot is 515. 515. On the low end, 48.50. We're likely not done going down over here. I'm looking to get short here, actually, not long. I'm looking to go short. Are you trying to get long? I'm not. I'm on bear trade. I took my money and ran off those. I took my money and ran on Friday. I was like, I'm fucking done. I got my move. I'm very happy with it. I'm looking for the market to sell very soon. Between now and Wednesday. I think I wrote that yesterday, right? I think I wrote that in somewhere in here, somewhere up in here. This is what I don't think that's Wednesday at some point. Between now and Wednesday. We'll talk about the upside move though today. We'll talk about if there's a chance that the downside move is not as severe. And that's my bigger question is the downside move only 515 or for us to trade 540, or is it a bloodbath? What would be the catalyst of that bloodbath? Fed rate hike? Unknown rate hike coming into the market. I'm setting all this. When I'm talking to you guys this morning, I'm setting you up for a larger conversation over the next day or two. The rest of today, it should all come back into one coalesced thesis. One coalesced thesis. So, I just have questions about this stuff with Kashkari saying that people would prefer a recession. And I think that in their minds, people do prefer a recession, but they have no fucking idea that that is worse than living with inflation. Recessionary, or if we trigger a recession, you would not be better off than if you lived with inflation at 3%, or a much slower regression down to that 2%. So I'm thinking about this rate decision from the Fed, and I truly believe that right now they should not be raising rates, even 25 basis points. And to further that point, if you're going to have a Goldilocks period of time in this market, it would serve you well to not raise rates. Unless inflation began to become out of control again. And we are seeing some improvement in our economy in terms of stuff coming down. ISM manufacturing is showing weakness right now. You don't want jobs or unemployment to get out of control, which has been on the march higher recently. You want that to come back down right now. So I don't know. Like, we're pretty close, right, to our inflation target. We're not there, but we're not far away from it. And we do have risk right now of raising rates to get to that 2%. It's like a magic bullet. My mind is kind of scratching itself. I'm like scratching my own mind, going, why would you want to raise rates and slam down inflation, like slam in at 2%, have it ricochet off, and speed up a good thing right now? If I was Jerome Powell, I'd be like, do we really have to do anything right now? When do we have to get to 2%? Is it today? Like, do we need that like today? Do we need it next month? Probably not. I just live with what rates are for right now. slow down the economy slowly over time. Seems like it's doing its job enough. It's good enough. You don't have to tell anybody out there 3% is good enough, but it really is kind of good enough, isn't it? Would you rather the risk of falling into stagflation or a recession? Think about that. If you're Fed Chair Powell, do you really want to raise rates and trigger a recession or stagflation? Or would you rather live with a little bit of inflation? That's my big question there. What is better? The risk of it, the not risk of it. I'd posit that Jerome would be willing to live with a little bit of inflation. He doesn't have to do anything. No, it doesn't need to happen today. Not for your bare thesis. Your bare thesis is always going to be there. You always want something worse. We just had something worse. We just had record unemployment during COVID. Now you want to go back and do it again? I don't know. Yeah, I agree. Well, ISM showed that, though, too. ISM this week showed ISM showed some cracks. Let me see if I can bring this up here. I shouldn't say cracks. Let me show you what this is saying here. Let me read a quick quote to you. Quote, demand remains elusive as companies demonstrate an unwillingness to invest, meaning invest in new product, research, development, all that kind of stuff, due to current monetary policy and other conditions. These investments include supplier order commitments, inventory building, and capital expenditures. Production execution continued to expand, but was essentially flat compared to the previous month. Suppliers continue to have capacity, with lead times improving and shortages not as severe. 55% of manufacturing gross domestic product contracted in May, up from 34% in April. More importantly, the share of sector GDP registering a composite PMI calculation at or below 45%. A good barometer of overall manufacturing weakness was 4% in May, the same as in April, but an indication of better health than the 27% recorded in January. Among the top 6 industries by contribution manufacturing GDP in May, none had a PMI at or below 45%. So manufacturing's fine, and these companies don't have to do too much right now. They're just kind of like in limbo. They don't want to spend any money right now because policy is slightly restrictive right now. Let me read this to you as well. The Atlanta Fed Q2 GDP estimate drops to 1.8% from 2.7% and from 4.1% 2 weeks ago. This is from Goldman Sachs. Bad is bad, question mark. Recession narratives suddenly spreading post and ISM manufacturing with new orders plunging into contraction territory. Not really. It's not really contraction territory. When you look at it as a whole, it really isn't. It's more like limbo. And this is from GS, I'd heavily caution reading too deep. Soft survey data has had a very poor track record of predicting the forward in terms of growth or as activity as of late. That said, there's been a string of weak data that has been trickling through, which has been exemplified by our MAP surprise indicators or the recent downgrades to Q1 GDP and the drop in the Atlanta Fed GDP now. And that kind of correlates with all these other numbers that are coming out. It looks like the Fed's policy is working. It looks like it's working slowly. So then the question comes to you, or the Fed chair, Powell, do we need to do anything right now? Is there anything that really needs to happen? Do we want a recession? His mandate is to keep employment robust, right? That's one of his mandates out there. So I would expect no change at this. Right now, I would expect no change in Fed policy on the Fed rate decision. I don't see why they would need to. Can you guys? I mean, the only other thing that I can think of for the only other reason I could think of for a rate hike would be to appease John on Main Street, who thinks he would prefer a recession, though in reality, the numbers say otherwise. You don't actually recover from that. You actually lose during that decade that it takes to get through it. Well. Hello, Kitty. How are you? Price bouncing around on the hourly and half-hour trigger right now. So I'm just kind of scratching my head on this right now. JOLTS for April, 8.059 million versus 8.37 million expected, and 8.355 prior. Factory orders, excluding transportation for April, month over month was 0.7% versus 0.4%. The expected was 0.4%. Yeah, that's excluding transportation because transportation is down right now. From what ISM said yesterday. Bank of America is saying the biggest net sale of U.S. equities since last July. Single stock and ETF outflows last week, during which the S&P 500 was minus 0.5%. BOFA Securities clients were large net sellers of U.S. equities for a fifth week. Largest outflow since last July and fourth largest outflow in our data history since 2008. Institutional and hedge fund clients were net sellers, while retail clients were net buyers after selling the previous 2 weeks. Institutional clients were sellers for the first time in 3 weeks, while hedge funds were sellers for a third straight week. Clients sold large and mid caps, but bought small caps. Recent buyback strength. Corporate client buybacks decelerated versus the prior week, but are tracking above typical seasonal levels at this time for the 12th consecutive week. Year to date, corporate clients buybacks as a percentage of the S&P 500 market cap, 0.42%, are above the 2023 highs of 0.34% at this time, driven by outflows from tech stocks. Clients bought stocks in 7 of the 11 GICS sectors, led by communication services, which I highlighted to you earlier this morning. They rolled themselves into communication and telephonic services, 9th week of inflows, and consumer discretionary, first inflows in 5 weeks. Tech saw the biggest outflows, second largest in our data history since 2008, and largest since 2023. We recently highlighted risks and opportunities in tech in both large cap and small mid cap tech in deep dive reports. Consumer discretionary inflows, but staple outflows. Clients bought discretionary stocks for the first time in 5 weeks, but continue to sell staples the last 5 weeks. We think discretionary is better positioned than staples if further cracks emerge in low-income consumer segment. That's from BOFA this morning. BOFA these nuts. So there's some rotation going on in the market. I want to show you guys that really quick here. So this big down move that's being expected, hey, if they start to sell tech and they start to sell communication services, telephonic services, we can go down 5%. They didn't do that. They rolled into, I'm going to show it to you. They rolled into it. Show it to you guys right now. There's like a rotation going on underneath the surface right now and not liquidation. So we're talking about, can we get down 5%? Over the weekend, I'm watching, and what am I seeing here? So this is over the weekend, right? Looks like we're going to get that last little blood death spiral down there. Liquidation, get your minus 5%. Right? But in reality, what happened? Communication services now, they were at 50, right? And tech was at 50. Communication services now at 72. Now it's 72. Consumer discretionary back up to 50. Energy getting blooded. Boy, we know that regional banks are getting blooded right now. They're down at 25. Tech is at 41.5. Are they going to rotate back into tech again? The only thing here that's looking kind of sketchy would be the inflows into utilities. Utilities now up to 58 on the sub-river map for rotation. So there is rotation going on in here within this rotation right now. You know, and this is what I want to say to you. You see this rotation turn back to the upside up here. You can kiss away that downside move in the market. You'd be looking to, if you're looking for that Captain Jim's used call lot that somebody asked for earlier, maybe it is 515. Maybe it's not 5% down. You are looking to buy 515 instead. You don't get your porridge if you're a bear. That would be fascinating, wouldn't it? How many people out there do you know that are calling for a major move down after all of this data comes out between now and the 13th? Because I think that the general thesis here is that we're going to roll down. And I'd be fascinated to find out if we don't actually roll down. That's what I think. Everybody's bearish. I'm bearish. Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm bearish myself. How bearish, though? Do we just trade this? Do we just trade this this 532, this range? Maybe we extend a little bit up, but they come in and sell us. And as they sell us and we come down, maybe we get 515, but we ricochet and we trade 540. So instead of this bad, right? You know, a month of June is terrible. And instead of this move to the downside, that bloodbath, you catch the bounce, right? You get above the daily trigger. And we actually trade 540. We go higher. 540, 550. Well, this resolves to something like this. That would be unexpected, wouldn't it? That wouldn't be. This isn't an expected move, I don't think. I think a lot of people are down here calling for this big move down. You know, sell the month of May. You get all the outflows by the big banks, like Bof is saying. We actually end up going higher. If you're looking for that, by the way, that's Captain James used call lot, 515, somewhere down in there. Interesting. No rate hike from the Fed. Market goes right back into party time. Yeah, if we're all hedged. Well, I got another thing for you here, too. Let me show you one other thing that I got for you here. Gold per Goldman. Guess I would be surprised to see SPX go down much until we get through NVIDIA's stock split. Apple event next week. I think in general a pivot to slowdown is positive for equities, but the nature of what you own changes. We already saw a big relative outperformance of staples and utilities, and think in general putting a great preference towards quality in the portfolio. Seasonally, June is mixed and is prone to degrossing events. It's another note from this morning. What I want to show you here, though, is this. Bank of America's sell-side index moving into neutral territory. Extreme bearish sentiment is no longer a strong tailwind for stocks, but bearishness prevails, especially for cyclical high beta equities. The macro backdrop remains supportive for equities, but it may be time to swap out the market index in favor for active strategies. So let me show you this really quick. This is right here. This is, may move that over there then. This is equity sentiment. Can I move that somewhere else? This is equity sentiment. When sentiment gets down here, you want to be buying the market, right? And we're just coming off this right now. And think about it like this, right? This zone right here. Remember that late 90s trade we talked about? Come up and up, right? So if you would initially be bearish up here, right? So extreme bullishness, bearish for stocks, right? Maybe there could be a bump above. That's that Goldilocks zone, right? Here it is again. We always talk about that, looking for 6,000 on S&P 500 and a run like we had in the mid to late 90s into 01. So you end up getting a huge, massive run. Instead of this being bearish, you'd get rid of this. Not bearish on stocks at this point. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because you see this red downturn here. Hi, kitty. See that red downturn here, but this looks like it might want to turn up, huh? Get that turn up going. Then you get that face ripper up there. This is coming from Bank of America. So Bank of America saying, kitty, don't do it, kitty. Don't do it. Do not do it. No, kitty. Kitty, no. Don't do it, kitty. No. No, don't do it. Don't do it, kitty. Like my cat is really, she's telling you. Kitty, don't do it. Cat is like running behind my computer setup right now. Kitty. No, no. Kitty. No, no, Kitty, don't. All right. I'm probably going to have to get a water bottle. Cat is like, I'm going to fuck your whole system up right now. Fuck you. Don't do it, Kitty. I got the cat is like, cat's like, I get your number. cat is definitely like want to do its own thing right now. Cat's driving me batty. Oh man, this cat. This cat is not nice. My cat is like the cat that'll like he'll like go on like a china cabinet, stare me in the eyes, and then put his paw out and go and just knock something on the floor. It'll shatter. Then she looks at me again. She goes, "You didn't like that?" And just starts knocking shit off one at a time. She's doing it today. She is doing it today. All right, so ISM report, went over that, right? Went over the ISM report. JOLTS, job openings coming down today. So that's implying what? That the Fed is not going to raise rates. ISM implying the Fed is not going to raise rates. Job openings down, implying they're not going to raise rates. We've got CPI coming out on the day of the Fed rate decision. Let me take a look at let me take one more thing here for you. One more thing. Elon Musk ordered NVIDIA to ship thousands of AI chips reserved for Tesla to X. Well, that must be having people fucking fired up, huh? They're all angry about that. Tesla still motoring right along right now. No movement in Tesla. Still trading its daily trigger currently. Let's take a look at velocity on it. That's not good. I'm expecting some weakness in Tesla. Tesla right now expending all of its daily velocity, trying to maintain price at 175.70. That's some concern. Someone's angry about Tesla, huh? Someone's mad about Tesla. Weekly velocity coming down on top of Tesla right now. Maybe one more down move and then a big up move for Tesla. Maybe close this gap down below. Be careful of a drop in Tesla to 145 to close a gap. They're expending all of their daily velocity right now and not seeing new highs. Yeah, if you can get a chance to get down there and buy it down there, there might be some weakness. They're really fighting right now. They've expended all of their velocity. Just trying to maintain this 180 right now. I might have to add two if it goes down there. I would add it 140. If it bleeds down to 145, I'd be willing to buy it. Let's talk briefly about GME. Let's talk a little bit about GME this morning. I was a little, I'm not really on the side of the MOAS crowd with GME, but it does ring my ass every time when I see CNBC, CNBS, and the shit that they talk. CNBC coming out and saying that Roaring Kitty shouldn't be able to disclose what he buys for stocks, calling it market manipulation. There's no rule, by the way, out there of telling people what you buy and sell. He's not inducing anyone to buy anything. Hey, what's up, Warren? How are you? Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed here. We just went over it this morning. Nothing at all has changed. I'm looking to be a seller. It's a matter of picking your poison. When do you want to become a seller? You want to pick it now? You want to do it later? I'm looking to sell this market. Yeah, I was a little angry yesterday. I'm not in the MOAS trade, but I don't fucking like CNBC saying that shit. I was a little stinky about it. Like risk for thee, but not for they, right? They can sell calls, but you can't sell calls. They can push their positions on CNBC. They can push their fucking ohm on CNBC. CNBC to me is like a place for guys like Gunlock to come out and beg. It's a place for rich people to go on TV and tell people their ohm. Dude, tell me you don't want to know her trades as soon as she places them? They don't want you knowing her trades, do they, though? They want to tell you afterwards, right? So they can hide that shit. World's greatest traders. Literally, world's greatest fucking traders. You got CNBC saying some regular retailer. Well, he's not really a regular retailer. He is a professional. You know that, right? Roaring Kitty is a professional. He's not you. He's a licensed guy in real life. So he's not really that either. Not really like a regular person. But he's not enticing you to buy it either. He's just telling you what he's doing. I just don't like that when they're losing, they're bitching and crying and whining about it. And that fight too is weird because retail is about 25% of the market. Whenever they become like 30%, 35% of the market, it's dangerous for banks in their market. We saw that in 2020, right? 2020, 2021. What happens to the market when everybody stays home and trades the stock market? Yeah, they lose. They become a larger cut or percentage of the marketplace. Retailers do. We live in a day and age now where retailers have more information, more readily more readily available than they ever have had in history. where you can swing a market as you guys know that, right? If the banks aren't making moves in the marketplace, hedge funds aren't making moves in the marketplace, but you guys are, you can whip these dealers all. Hey, kitty, you can see these these fucking cats. You can actually impact the market. You can force dealers to chase if they're not making moves. So you catch them off guard on GME. You make a dealer chase, amplify a position. They get pissy about that. You're not supposed to be doing that as a group. They don't want retailers all on the same trade together. They like you guys fighting with each other. They like nothing more than that. Than you guys communicating with each other and telling each other, hey, he's long right now. Roaring Kitty is long. Let's all go long with him. Right? That's how they get run over. You get another 10% on that trade with the dealers. And before you know it, GME is ripping some faces off. Oh, he's no longer Finner Life, but he was, right? He's not you though, right? That's not. We're not mixing fucking shit here. He ain't you, buddy. He ain't you working in a fucking Circle K gas station. He ain't working at fucking Wendy's. He's a professional. Don't say he isn't. I don't care if he doesn't have his license anymore, but he ain't you. It's not mixed. Don't be like, oh, he's a fucking Wendy's worker. That's not what he is. He doesn't have to be licensed currently. He has had a license, right? Yeah, he's not. He's not you working a regular job, 40 hours a week, just happen to stumble upon a stock. He's a smart guy. I like Roaring Kitty. I'm a fan of his. But let's not say he's a regular Joe in the street either. But I think he should be able to post what his positioning is, whether he's licensed or not. And that's for you and everybody else out there, right? And you got CNBC out there telling people, what's his face out there, douchebag. I forget his name. I don't know why I'm forgetting his name right now. He's out there pissing and moaning on CNBC saying that shouldn't be legal. What is he talking about? Yeah, no shit. I saw that too, right? E-Trading wants to shut his account down. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Shut his account down? Are they going to shut Nancy Pelosi's account down? Yeah, they assumed it was him, and E-Trade confirmed it. Bullshit. There's no rules against him disclosing his positions publicly, is there? Was there one that I'm not aware about? I know they did. CNBC hosts do it. Mike Burry's out there doing it, right? He goes out there and tells you the fucking market's gonna crash. They all fucking do it. Yeah, Nuckenfut's saying the retail train has already left the station, and even the biggies like Schwab and have a retail system now. That's why I got a Schwab account, was so they wouldn't stop. Or well, what we were told was what? We were told if you trade with a prime bank, they're not going to stop you from opening and closing positions, right? That was the thesis, right? If you open and close a position with an order flow account where flow is being sold, i.e. like Robinhood, they could shut you down due to capital requirements, right? But supposedly if you're with a Schwab, they couldn't do or shouldn't do that to you, right? So you're saying they already knew that he had an E-Trade account. He posts screenshots from his Z-Trade account. That's what I was saying earlier, Stocks Anonymous, was what I was saying earlier was I hope I get the 532 or 532 sell. If we reject the hourly trigger, I'd start selling. If we start rejecting it, I'd start becoming a seller. I really want the cheap fucking puts though. Just patience. Kind of feels like you might have to here. I'm not going to do it here. Whenever I do that, we end up squeezing. Then I'm like, fuck, they got me in already. I got to sit in fucking puts for like, yeah, I know I got to sit inside puts for like fucking a whole week from the print. I'm over here with my thumb up my ass. Yeah, I'm not touching it. Poke the juice box. Not unless we're on a high. Not unless we're on a high, brother. You know how it goes, right? I buy them right now, and then like I gotta sit in them for like 4 fucking days, 5 fucking days as we squeeze higher, and then I'm like begging and hoping that we go down to 515. I know the fucking drill. They're early right now, bro. They're early. You know what it is, dude. They want it all, like that. Dude, I'm telling you, like, if I ever speak to a seller, it's always like, I want to crash tomorrow. What about the day after? Another crash. It's never satisfying. Market is up and to the right. Up and to the right, baby. We're not no bear market right now. Fucking 10 points away from all-time highs. That's right. Puts don't pay. I think they'll pay, but I just don't want to get them unless we're trading like 532. I'll take 530 and 1.5. How about that? I'll take 531.5. I think it's just a waiting game right now. I think today's just a waiting game. We're still. Let me check the gamma flip for today. Let's take a look at SPX really quick. Let's take a peek at SPX and see what we're talking about here. Hang tight here. Check out SPX gamma. All right. Volatility is we're below. We're just the start of volatility right now. Call wall is at 5,300. We got known sellers over here. Whoop. Hold on a second here. We've got known seller. Come on now. So we got some known sellers up here, okay? We're all over here. Let's just take a peek at this. So these guys, you know, they sold this over here. Remember we weren't going to have all-time highs again, right? Remember they told you the top was in? That was a fucking lie, wasn't it? That was a fucking lie. Remember over here? Remember they fucking told you this was the top, right? They lied. They fucking lied again. Where do we go? New high. New fucking high right there. AT fucking H. Told you over here. That was the top. That was a lie. Up and to the right. Nope. All right, I don't know what's going on here. I thought I stopped it. That was a fucking lie. But we know that's where they are, right? They're right here. That's their sellers. They teed off again right here. Right? So we know they're right here. And they came down here. And they sold again. And what happened? We didn't get a new low, did we? We didn't get that new low, did we? They're pissed right now, aren't they? They're angry. They're pretty angry. See them right here? They sold this down right here. They didn't get that low, did they? Suck it. Back up there, right? So now they're angry. They want that new low down there, don't they? They're angry. They're all up in here in this piece, aren't they? So I guess we could say known sellers are right here, can't we? Say they've come down a little bit. It's pretty angry. But what can we divine from gamma right now? We know that we're back testing SPX hourly trigger at the moment. They'd be really pissed if we went up here, wouldn't they? I think we're going down, Cap. Yeah, I bet. I bet. All these sellers, that sounds like something a seller would say. Gamma flip right here. Known sellers right here. They want to run this down. How about we keep 5261 is a point of interest. 5261. And we have a cross of the half-hour trigger through the hourly trigger. If this holds, can we get a nice little bull flag right here and then rip it up? You know, somewhere up in here. So I'd be patient at the moment. You're getting bearish and I'm getting bullish. See it? So you're getting bearish. I'm getting bullish right here. So maybe a little bit more down to go. This would be at about what? Look for a low. Monday at 2:30 on SPOOs. Here's Monday. Here's 2:30. Right about there, right? This is overnight, right? This is Tuesday at 6 a.m. So maybe push it down a little bit to get up there. I don't like this. I always like to see that test go higher. This prior high right here, I don't like. This is bearish. But, you know, that 230 is where it's right about here. About there. So maybe look for that right there. Let's see if we can catch a dip buy over here. Get a little bit of blood and then catch a dip buy. We'll know if the buyers are still here. This is what they've been buying. Let's look at a 1 hour chart. That's where they were. Let's look at a 4 hour chart. That's where they were right here, right? That's that 4 hour bar. Known buyers. See them right here? That's where all the buyers were. A little of a battle going on right now. You see that? Are you bearish here, I guess would be the big question. Let's look at velocity on a 30-minute basis. Yeah, we're just starting to get bearish right now. See it? Just starting to get bearish right now. A little tick. A bloodbath in here, huh? Who did that? That was a doozy right there, right? I think if it was me, I'd be saying, if you want to get bearish, I'd need to see all of this get destroyed. I need to see, like, something like that start getting bared up over there. I really don't care about this. This is an opportunity to buy a dip. So, yeah, I'm not bared up here. We're getting across two of the velocity down here on SPX. So yeah, I'm pretty bulled up here. We're not bulled up, but I think we're going higher still. Still bullish here, not bearish yet. Yeah, I'm not really bulled up. I'm more like, I don't think you're selling the right place. Does that make any sense? I don't think we're ready to sell yet. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Saying just hang tight. If you're a bear, you probably want it to sell right now. I don't think it's gonna. I don't think you got it. Not yet, I don't. You kind of not fucked up, but see this right here, this low right here, and this low right here? That's not as low as you wanted. You didn't want these lows. You wanted lower. This is bad for you. See that over here? Squeezed it up. Cleared all that out. That's all bullish. There's a little bit of intraday bearishness from this morning. But is it like sell the market? No. And I know what you guys are looking for. If you're a seller, I know what you're looking for. You want that fucking 5% down move. You want that fucking bloodbath, like 3 straight days of selling. You want that 3,000% fucking face trade. You want that Friday trade, don't you? 3 days of gains in 1/2 an hour. 3 days of gains in a half an hour. You want that, don't you? I don't think that's where we are today. Many will be fucked. What? Is he bared up right now? Is Tick bearish? I'm very bearish. So I told you guys on Friday I was bearish on oil. We've been updating you since then. Pro traders already know this. Pro traders are getting CL charts from us right now. Pretty fucking bared up on oil. I'm an oil bear right now. At the moment, at least. Yeah, you want that Friday trade as well? That fucking Friday trade was awesome. Whole fucking stream was on it. Discord was in on it. When he expects sharp moves up and down. I think that the bears are going to have to wait. This looks like pushing price down to go higher. That's what it looks like. There's a couple bearish things here, but a couple bearish notes, but overall, I'm not bearish at all right now. U.S. 10-year now testing its weekly trigger. Let's take a peek around. Bulled up on NVDA, of course. HYG looking to go higher. Dixie about to get blooded. Qs look like they want to rip some faces off right now. IWM is a mixed bag right now. The VIX 9-day is climbing, so the volatility trade is moving forward, even if the market is not going lower. Part of that's probably that rotation trade. ESTOW getting blooded right now. I'm trying to get in on an ESTOW trade. Apple climbing higher right now for their event. Pay attention to GME. They could get a squeeze coming up here. GME trading 27.84. Personally, for me on GME, their velocity. I meant to say this on the GME discussion. Their velocity on the 30-minute basis is getting bearish. But when it does go down to like minus 25, minus 50, I'm interested in a trade on GME, long upside target on GME. I don't think we're ready for that trade yet, though. Tesla, I have some concerns for as well right now. ESTOW, looking for that to come down to like 16 bucks. And I want to jump in on a June 28th ESTOW long calls and watch these guys roll from earlier strikes to later strikes. 21C seems the best. Sweet bearish nothings. Do I have trading days where I feel like my trading bearings are off? Yeah, I trade too much. I overtrade sometimes. If I take time out, too much time off from market, I like to breathe. Right now, I don't see any trades. Personally, I don't see a long here. I don't see a short here or a long put, long call. I don't see either trade. I'll let you know if I see one, but I don't see one right now. Seems like lazy days of summer. Yeah, 5-minute scalps are good today. Yeah, you feel the same way? Yeah, I don't see a trade. I'm either looking to buy a dip. I can either buy a dip down here, catch a dip down here, or I'm looking for a sell signal on the upside. And there's some put spreads or some ESTOW calls, something like that. ESTOW, we've traded ESTOW in this show and made bank. I don't think we've ever lost a trade on ESTOW. I don't think I've ever. Maybe once. I think out of every time I've traded ESTOW, I've never once lost a trade on ESTOW. Not a single one. It's one of the best ways to trade against the market because it's so lightly traded. There's so much noise in SPX and in VIX. It's hard to see when people are coming in and going out. Do you ever hang out in Motown? Yeah, I live in Motown. Matter of fact, we've got I'm kind of angry right now. There's a concert coming up tomorrow. Oh, I got some marketing. I got some production notes for you guys. I didn't get, number one, I didn't get tickets to the Grand Central Station concert, so I'm kind of pissy. Those are free. I can't even find any for sale. Looks like Jack White's going to have a concert. And who else is there? Jack White, a few other people. But I do have some programming notes on Wednesday, Thursday, or Thursday, Friday of this. I don't know if it's, I'll find out. I'm going to ask again. Wednesday, Thursday, or Thursday, Friday. My daughter is graduating from middle school to go into, or no, she's graduating elementary school to go into middle school. Have to be, her graduation is Thursday morning, and then she has like a wave off or clap off. I don't know what the fuck it is. On the next morning, so like 9, 10 o'clock in the morning for about an hour, I have to go to something for my daughter. Twice this week for her graduation. It's not all day long. It's just like an hour or two. So I won't be here for the morning part of the show. Yeah, clap out. I don't know what the fuck it is. Like, I have no idea what they're talking about. It's like new shit to do with kids. kind of having a little renaissance. It's fucking booming here. It's not even a renaissance. It's booming. Did you guys see the pictures of that stuff? Here, let me show you this. Hold on here. It's booming. It's like on the cusp of dude, why how am I missing all of this stuff? Like hold on here. Let me see if I can show you this. Like before, right here. You want to see some wild ass shit? Old photos in real life. Let me show you guys something wild here. Let me show you guys how bad it actually was here. So this is this was the Central Station. This was Central Station, okay, in Detroit. Look at how rough this looks. That's what it looks like now. Before, after. 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 Pretty crazy, right? Detroit's like wild right now. Yeah, I can't explain to you. We're like one step away from Detroit is basically we're like one or two steps away from crazy town. Like all we need right now is like an Now I know some of you guys are gonna say no to Amazon. We're like one step away from a deal with a tech company, and hold on, let me go over here and check this. Pushing price down still. This is what you're looking for, right? Yeah, you want that bloodbath down there, right? Oh, yeah, right down there. And I'm looking for a dip buy down here to go up. Detroit's in this like weird place. It's like it's glaring. Like even Detroiters that don't leave don't they see it, but they don't see it, then they see it, then they don't see it. But it's glaring. Like it's glaring. Detroit is like right on the cusp. You can buy a home here. I was looking at a post. Let me show you a post. Let me show you something cool. So you guys can't afford anything, right, out there? I was actually considering buying this house. I don't know if it'll last. They said that in the article too. There was a house on the Michigan subreddit for sale. I think it was 50 grand for this house. It was 1,000 square feet. and it had a speakeasy in the bottom. Speakeasy in the bottom of it. Hold on here. I'll post this for you. I mean, the place needs renovated. The place needs a severe renovation. But, like, we're living in a time where we're in inflation, right? We just talked about it, inflation. Here, I'll post that to you right now. This house is $50,000. Looks like it needs a ton of work. Slap some paint on it. Scrape up all those asbestos tiles. But it's 50 grand. 50 grand for a house. 50 grand. I think it was like 1,100 square feet or something like that. I just posted a link to you to look at it. What's really fascinating about it is it's a house. So Detroit had two or three really cool things culturally about Detroit. One, Detroit was famous for its speakeasies. But black culture in Detroit is really cool. Detroit became known as a place where if you were African American, you could travel safely into Detroit. You could, they had like big underground railroad here, and then you could come to Detroit on vacation or get gas if you were traveling, that kind of stuff. Leave that right there for you so you can see it as we come down. And so Detroit had this like part of its culture, like Detroit culture. Speakeasies were always famous, and then Detroit, because there was such draconian laws against black people, even in the city. Detroit had its own culture. Like there's an African American culture here in Detroit. It's fucking awesome, and you don't always get to see it if you're a white person. I'll be honest with you. You got to have black friends. If they let you in and you catch their culture, it's fucking awesome. White people don't do that shit. So because of all these like draconian measures against African Americans in Detroit, they create their own culture. An example of this, I went to some underground boxing matches. Matches in Detroit. That shit was like professional boxing. They were self-regulating for up and coming boxers, all built in due to not having the money to do it right legally or sanctioned. So this house has a speakeasy in it from a long time ago. If someone built a speakeasy, they put a door down there, and their friends that they knew by word of mouth would go over there and party. And they were saying that it's been this guy's family for like 3 generations, and they would go there and have jazz concerts, family outings, and stuff like that on holidays in that home. So I was like, man, buy that thing, renovate the entire thing, and then throw some jazz shows downstairs. I think it'd be awesome. Yeah, it's dope. It's dope as fuck. What you could do, think about this. You could go buy that house, right? You clean it up. There's still speakeasies in Detroit. Still to this day. It's all still here. People still do this stuff to this day. So you could literally, this is a town of music, right? You could renovate that shit. Go down, meet some people that are musicians, and be like, hey, man, come back to my house. If I was 25 years old, 30 years old, no wife, no kids, get involved in the jazz scene in Detroit, Start having like speakeasy revivals. People playing music down there. It'd be rad. You'd be having a blast, making all kinds of new friends. Can't do that shit in the suburbs. Just shut your ass down in like 5 minutes. Go eat at Dave and Buster's. Yeah, you try pulling that shit out in suburbia. That thing fucking be on your ass in 2 minutes. You do that shit in Detroit, you'd be fine. No one in suburbia would believe you. Living life, baby. Yeah, they got. I've been to legal speakeasies. I've been to legal speakeasies in New York, but they're kind of known, right? There's a place that's like a red door. There's another place that's behind like a soda machine. New York City, that I've been to a couple in New York City, but they were all kind of on the up and up. They were all kind of like legit-ish. I'm talking about an illegal speakeasy, an actual legal one. An actual legal speakeasy is what I'm talking about. Something in the vein of, look at him, look at this grinding dude, pushing price down. Your roommate and you started a bar at a place we had for a bit, even had a separate phone line for it. That's awesome. That sounds great. I think this house right here would be awesome. I mean, you'd be the fucking talk of the neighborhood for sure. I bet you there's some history there too. Meet who the owner is, find out the history, the historical aspect of this place, try to preserve some of it. Nice. Undergrad, is there underground mud? Hell yeah, there is. You guys know that already, though. You guys already know about the, it was like a meme on the internet that Detroit mud, or it was mud wrestling, but it was some kind of wrestling. But yeah, Detroit's on the up and up. Detroit is, it's just waiting for one big deal to come through. I don't know what that deal is going to be, but when it hits the city, it's going to be out of control. The city's booming right now. Booming. Straight booming. I had a friend talk to me about it the other day. I was out with a friend for a few things. Well, I went out to a movement, and I was with some friends, and this one woman her and her husband are longtime multi-generational Detroiters, and I'm always looking at Detroit as, you know, it fucking, you know, it was a apocalypse at one point, right? And she disagreed with that statement. She described how a city is like a living organism and how it goes through phases, you know, where the city is vibrant and live, and then other times when cities can almost go through like a death and rebirth. That's normal for cities to do that stuff. And she described how people that never leave, they stay in the city, or they come and go from the city multi-generationally, and that the vibrance in that culture is the lifeblood of the city, and how they never actually die off. They're still always there. When you go into pockets of these cities, it's still there. And she was talking about the streets that her family lives on in Detroit, and how they've never been impacted by the rise and fall of the city. That it's always been vibrant, at least in their experience inside their neighborhoods, the streets they live on. I thought that was kind of cool. Yeah, football team looks great right now. We're getting a new soccer stadium being built. What else? We got all kinds of cool shit happening here. It's cool as hell. Streets are popping. People are popping. People are moving here from all over the country right now. If you can't afford a house, And it's weird too. I just read this article when someone was talking about how they were like they said Detroit's too expensive because property taxes are obscene. Property taxes here are only obscene if you buy a renovated home. If you buy a home right now that is unrenovated and you renovate it yourself, taxes will be low. If you come and buy a renovated house, yeah, taxes are high. But still, the cost of living here is stupid cheap. Well, I would say stupid, but fairly cheap, relevant to living elsewhere in the country. Cost of living here is outstanding. And barrier to entry is low. You can buy a house here for $50K, $100K, something like that. You can buy it with cash and renovate it as you see fit. That house I just sent you, that you could live in that house. It ain't gonna be pretty, but you could live in there while you renovate. Right? That link I just sent you guys, you'd make it in there. You could do the renovation over 10 years if you wanted to. They're not usually moldy. Those houses normally aren't moldy. Old houses like that usually breathe quite well. Moldy houses, it's not like down south here, the mold. There is humidity here, but it's not like down south. Any of those old houses are built to breathe. They haven't closed them off yet. Usually get mold in houses when people take an old house and they seal it too well. Those houses are built with this old pine from Kentucky. Yeah, there might be mold inside on the inside of the room, but not inside of the bones of the house. I've flipped a lot of houses there. I haven't seen too much mold inside the walls. That's the stuff that's dangerous. There's like mold, surface mold on a house here, on those old houses. I'm not usually too afraid of it. It's only when it gets in the walls that I'm afraid of it. Would I move to a state with no income tax? We've just had this discussion in our family. I don't think I'm ever moving out of Detroit. I thought I was going to move. I don't think I'm ever moving. I think I'm staying here. I'd rather travel and keep Detroit as a home base. I love the people here. I love where the city's going. I love everything about this fucking city. I do. I really do. I think I'd rather just travel. I don't know why. I thought I wanted to leave. The two or three biggest problems I have with the state, they don't have surfing. That's a big one for me. They don't have great vistas like they do out west. They don't have great skiing here. The upside down ocean sky, they don't have that either. But the douchebag, like that new douchebag culture, I can't deal with it. I can't deal with that, and I can't deal with the cost of living. I can't deal with the cost of living. I can't do it. Can't. I did it for so many years. I did it for 3 decades, and I fucking hated it. I hated it. I hated dealing with it. You can surf Lake Michigan. You can. You can surf Lake Michigan here. The waves aren't big rollers, though. They aren't those sexy. Those gorgeous, sexy rollers, man, that they have out in California. Oh, man. Yeah, they're ripping out all the pipes. Detroit, too. So Detroit, all the service lines are being replaced currently in Detroit. Everything. Switching to copper. As a matter of fact, I got a neighbor that's doing it for the city right now. Detroit's awesome, man. You come here, you can go to school for welding, you can go to school for anything you want for free here. They'll send you to college, or tech school, I should say. Send you to tech school here, man. You can be like if you have a tough go. You like working at if you're actually working at a Wendy's, Detroit's the spot. The schools suck still here. Parents haven't bought in yet, but you can send your kids to online school, and your kids won't go to in-person school. If you can do that. Yeah, you can do that too. Up with the UP. Get a cabin up north. I like Michigan. I didn't like it. It's grown on me. I didn't think I would like. I thought I would easily leave the state, but I'm liking it. The more that I consider living other places, the pros are outweighing the cons, especially as I get older. As a matter of fact, so this weekend, I had a sewage backup this weekend. Something that would have cost me $20,000-$30,000 might cost me $2,000 when I'm done doing the work myself. Although I will say this, I'm gonna give you guys a warning out there. I didn't know this. So this weekend I was out working in my yard, right? And so this whole weekend I've been working in my yard. And I got a sewer backup. The sewer pipes here were made at least mine was the last time I think they did the sewer pipes was in the 50s, I think. Now they do offer insurance here for sewer pipes through the water department, which I didn't get, which I should have had. I'm a dumbass for not doing that. But I ended up I've got a leak that's now a blockage of some kind on a house that I own, and I need to start the work to replace it, dig it out. That shit's like 52 inches underneath the ground. It's almost 6 feet underground. I'm in some pain though. I'm getting old. Like I was in some severe pain. It's like Sunday. So Sunday I was working out back. I'm in pain and I'm barbecuing. I barbecued up. I was gonna go out to dinner on Sunday, and I've been having so many bad meals that I was like, I bet I can make a better meal than going out to eat tonight. So I'm talking to my daughters. And I'm like, do you want me to just cook something? And they're like, yeah. It's Sunday dinner. And yeah, I love the UP. I like the UP. I like it up there. My biggest problem here, if I had one major issue here, Troy, it's got to be the skiing. I have a epic ski pass. Past 3 years, no skiing in Michigan. I got to go out west to ski. Like they shut down the effing resort here. Kind of makes me angry. But outside of that, and matter of fact, they closed down the UP skiing this year too. The snow has been a real problem here in Michigan. It's been very mild the past few years. Man, I want to take a call here. I want to take a call really bad. Think we can get one more downside move here? It's 11:50 right now. I'd like to see like one more quick like boom and then up. So Sunday, right? I do all this work in my backyard. And so I'm like working, right, digging trenches and stuff. And I'm in some pain. So I have a couple bourbons on Sunday. My fucking wife gave me a muscle relaxer. I've never had muscle relaxers before. Took a fucking muscle relaxer, dude. I couldn't get out of fucking bed yesterday. In the morning, like yesterday morning, like woke up yesterday morning and I'm like, I can't function right now. Fucking muscle relaxers. You guys ever had a muscle relaxer before? My wife had them left over. She broke her a rib popped out of her chest, and they had to put it back in place. And so she had some leftover muscle relaxers. God damn. Don't ever drink bourbon with muscle relaxers. It's a warning. I've never had one before. Holy shit. They make me grumpy. No, it didn't impact me. So I took the muscle relaxer, couldn't feel it. Yesterday morning when I woke up, it was like I woke up and I'm like Have you ever had a muscle relaxer before, Winky? That's what I mean. Like if you're sober, I'm assuming nothing would happen if you were sober. You drink two or three bourbons, you're fucking gone. If you fall asleep when you try to wake back up, you ain't moving for nobody. No, I didn't feel like that at all. I feel like this, like yeah, dude, Winky, dude. I was like, what the fuck is this thing? I was like, I'm never taking that ever again. One and done. I figured, well, what I'm going to do now is I made an appointment. I'm going to go get a shot of, I'm going to get what do you call it? The fuck are those things called? I don't know what it's called, but it's basically steroids. Oh, you turn into a prick if you're not sleeping. I've never taken a muscle relaxers before, or not that I remember. Yeah, cortisone. That's what I'm getting. I'm getting that this week, so I can't wait. Like, cortisone is good. I like cortisone. But the muscle relaxer, dude. Whew. And it's like a delayed effect, right? Muscle relaxers are definitely a delayed effect. I didn't feel, I guess I felt fine on Sunday night, but Monday morning, fuck me. It was like a Mack truck hit me. No, I've never been to, I've been to Toronto, but not Windsor. Oh, no, nope, never been to Windsor. Never been. Toronto, I've been to a bunch. I should say I've driven through Windsor once. I drove through Windsor to Toronto to get to New England one time. On an old school Sudafed. Yeah, don't drink on muscle relaxers. On the prescription ones. Don't do that shit. There's like a delayed effect. Yeah, I like Toronto. I like people from Toronto specifically. Give me one more down move. One more down move. Give me one more down move, please. One more down move. Hughes. Push price down a little bit more, please. I want to see this VIX 9-day get rejected off this monthly trigger right here. One more down move. Come on, just creep on down there. I don't know if they're going to give it to me. That might have been it right there. Now they got the low tick on that one. I was looking at that one right there. They got the low tick right there. Just clean up that pre-market shit. All kinds of put buying today, huh? You guys are cranking on the puts. You guys are bared the fuck up right now. You guys are buying puts like it's nobody's business. Look at this. What do you guys do? What are you savages doing over here? You guys are getting all bared up. Super bared up right now. Zero to 8 put buying ramping right now. You guys are ramping on the put buying right now. You guys are all bared up. Yeah, load the fuck out of them. Testing the hourly trigger, half an hour trigger right now on SPX. I'm going to try to blood this thing down right now. This is where the last known support is. S1 is at 523.83. Pivot point is at 526.57. Let's look back over on Bookmap really quick. Woo. Woo-wee. Pretty weak right now. Blood and Spoos. Is that my dip buy? Is that it? Start looking at some calls here. Fourth, fifth. Sixth. Looking at 532s. About the 7th. God damn, they want 76 fucking cents. They want 76 cents for Friday 532s. That's pretty expensive. Who you got? Rainbow Surprise or Kitten Surprise tickets? Nice. I want to see Friday 532s get cheaper. They're too expensive. No. June 7th, 3 days to expiry. 18 Delta. 18 Deltas, trading 76 cents. I don't know about that. That looks like fucking fuel to the downside. Today's turnaround Tuesday. That means we should be down today pretty bad. We'll keep an eye on it for later today. Never seen lightning trout. Seen rainbow trout. I want the put buying to slow down a little bit. You're waiting to see the put buying slow down. There's a lot of fucking put buy. People don't even care right now. They're just like, fuck it, I'm going to sell any rip. I'm telling you what, these fucking sellers, dude, they don't care. They're like 532, 528. I don't give a fuck. It's close enough. Start hedging. The turn's coming. We're rolling down. We are rolling down. I don't know if you know that or not, but SPY's coming down. We're rolling down. I just want to catch it on a high, not on a low. I know how this shit goes. You guys get all fucking bared up and they rip us up again, squeeze our asses, and then that's when you should be jumping on a short. So not right here. I don't like it right here. I'd prefer to miss the down move and buy the dip. I'll be honest. I either want to be selling like a major rip or I want to be buying a dip. I don't want to be in the middle. Especially with puts. I fucking hate puts. Puts suck. Why do puts suck? They're not built to trade with. Let's start right there. They're not intended to be traded. Start right there. It's that simple. They're not built to be traded like calls are. They never were. They weren't even invented for that reason. That's the first reason that they suck. Second reason, you got to time them on an extreme high. Usually you do. So it's harder. It's easier to make money on calls. I'd prefer to sell calls, to be honest. Selling calls is better than buying puts. If I had to. I mean, they pay really well, but they just I have to trade them like 2-3 times to get a print. I'd rather make easy money. Easy money is typically calls. If you're selling like a 535 call, 540 call, I'd be like, yeah, that's a great trade. It's a great trade even right now, just selling those calls. Well, these buyers are here. They need a catalyst. So I'm not too bearish here right now. What do we got here? Expiring June 7th. Yeah, 532s are right now trading 70 cents. So they've been shaved down a little bit. They're at 70 now. They're at 69 right now. If I can get them at like 30 or 40 cents for Friday, I'd be interested in them. I don't think I'm going to get it, but if I do. No, really, puts do not pay the same. Puts don't pay the same. They're not structured the same. They're not the same as calls. I mean, they're a great tool. They're being used right now as a tool to offset risk in the market by multiple players that claim they don't use them. So they can be weaponized. They're cheaper. They're a cheap way to weaponize hedging your underlying portfolio. I'm just not particularly a fan of them. And I usually got to be really fast when I'm in them. Like in, out, aggressively so. And the IV on them isn't as good as calls. The OI on them, that's all better in calls usually. Some inherent value in calls. Big options positions open on ESTOW. Absolutely, yep. Big options last 2 days on ESTOW. People are front running the move down right now. You can see it. Past 2 days, been front running it. I was asking that question to you guys this morning. Like, does it just get fucking front run? Does it happen early? That happens sometimes, right? I was wondering from you guys if you guys thought the same thing. They just front run the fucking roll. They'll come early. If we're gonna expect it on Wednesday or Thursday, then you're like they start front running it on Monday. They just don't care. They're like, we're on a high right now. And we did that just this morning. They did it again. They did it up here in the squeeze. They sold this one. They didn't care. This was 527.76. They just jumped right in. First chance they got. Up here, doing it again. Every squeeze is being sold. So any strength right now in the market is being sold. Kind of see it. It just comes down to a matter of what's your poison, right? Like, where do you feel good selling? I'm in agreement that we're going to sell. I just don't know that it's here. Waiting to see this VIX spike and rejection. Like to see it like this right here. All right, I'll be back with you guys in a little bit. I'm take a quick potty break. Go potty, breathe. Thinking about buying a dip here. Thinking about buying calls right now. 532s are now 74 cents. They were 69 cents for a minute. They're gaining back their value already. I want them for Friday, but I want them cheaper. Have a little bit of patience. Take a quick break. 12:16. I'm looking for like 1 p.m. for Vol Control Gang to jump in for a minute, try to quell some of this volatility. So we'll be back with you guys around 12:45, looking for a dip buy at like 1 p.m. and see if we can catch a weekly dip buy today. All right, back just a little bit. Put some music on for you. We're also going to go over non-farm payroll today for you. I don't think we're getting a rate hike. I really don't. S&P 500 correct 10% by end of September. So get defensive, Stifle says. Woof. Tesla shares to tumble 30% as investors fail to buy Musk's autonomy vision, says Guggenheim. Well, these fucking bears are coming out, huh? God damn. Start the march to blood. Everyone's pushing their ohm already. These guys are all already short. They're all pushing their ohm for more downside. Bloodbaths, market crash, change sentiment. Doom.
Consumer packaged goods companies, and the truth is, this is a brand that doesn't need that much. Just needed some new blood. So I think you're starting to see people get excited about the company again. This is the company that does the Keurig Green Mountain pods, but then it's also Dr. Pepper, it's Snapple, etc. And it's a defensive stock, which I really don't have a lot of exposure to right now. So I like KDP both fundamentally, and I like the technical setup. I think it breaks out.
Jenny?
Josh, it's interesting that you brought that. I've been looking at a lot of consumer staples too, and what's giving me pause is concern over the GLP-1 inhibitor drugs and how those change that kind of behavior. So for things like Kraft Heinz, Hershey's, Smucker's, Pepsi, Keurig Dr. Pepper, I've really been holding off because if we think people are going to consume fewer calories, or if the GLP-1s actually decrease kind of addictive behavior towards coffee, I think they're under pressure. And that gives me pause on that like 17 times multiple, and it even gives me pause on Pepsi's 20 times multiple. So curious if you work that into your analysis along the way.
So my attitude about those types of things, Jenny, is that the market prices them in relatively quickly, and then attitudes about those things change relatively quickly. I don't think that it's a mystery to the market that there are these drugs out there that are changing consumer behavior. I don't think that's like a shock. And I think if you look at the share price, this has been plaguing many of the stocks in this group for a really long time. But when they start to break out of that, my attitude is price is telling you that there is more to the story. So that might be like a really long-term issue where these companies have to adjust what they're selling, how they're selling it, et cetera. But companies figure it out. We've seen situations like this in the past where McDonald's has had to make menu changes. So I don't think that it's like not an issue. I think the market is very focused on it already.
Okay.
And that's probably incorporated into the current valuation.
Give me a couple other things here. You sold Toast. You got completely stopped out. It was down 5% yesterday. You've made the positive and bullish story on this show, many occasions. Why this happen?
So the stock had a huge rally after the earnings. It was up big on the year. I raised the stop to around what my average cost was. Last week they had an investor day that was very disappointing, and price action took me out of the name. There was nothing in there that made me say, let me violate my stop. So I did like just barely okay with this. It'll still be on my radar, Judge, but I think this stock kind of got caught up in the SaaS sell-off. I mean, after all, predominantly the people that own the stock own it because of the ARR possibilities with Toast software. But so if it's going to get caught up in that, and I get stopped out, it does force me to reevaluate, and I'm not buying it back anytime soon, I don't think.
You did get trimmed. You trimmed Live Nation. We've talked a lot about it with you of late because of the suit. Is that the motivation here? You cut half the position off?
Yeah, so originally I bought the stock in the 70s. It had gone up as high as over 100. I sold half my position here in the mid-90s, and I just basically could see a situation where the stock could be dead money until we get closer to some sort of a resolution. The other thing that gave me pause on Live Nation was seeing all the concert cancellations. I don't know if these are idiosyncratic situations where J-Lo cancels her entire tour and, you know, people kind of point to, well, there's some stuff going on with her relationship with Ben Affleck, blah, blah, blah. There also was almost no demand in some cities for that tour. Okay, that's a one-off, but then the Black Keys do the same thing. That's an entirely different genre of music from J-Lo. Why did the Black Keys have to cancel an arena tour of North America? Because it was too ambitious. The tickets are too expensive and the venues are too large. The Black Keys are awesome. Everybody understands that. So what that tells me is that the consumer is being choosier about live entertainment, and this coincides with some of the things that we're hearing from other areas of travel and leisure. So I just looked at the picture and I said, you know what? I don't need to be as big here. I'm probably not going to miss anything. I still want to be a long-term investor in Live Nation, but cutting the position in half enabled me to do other things and just made too much sense.
All right, good stuff. So we're going to take a quick break, and we do have more committee moves on the other side of that. Bill Baruch's going to join us next. We've got 2 new buys. We've got 3 new sells, and I know you want to hear what they are, and you will next.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
We are back with a busy day of committee moves. Bill Baruch, I said he was going to join us. He does now. Nice to have you. You have 2 new buys. Mastech, number 1. Why?
This is a name we owned and we loved last year, and it set a record high into August, the day of its earnings report, and it missed hugely this last August. It's down big. They had problems with visibility in their billing, and there was delays in billing, so their guidance was very poor. We ended up getting out of that stock and pushing aside and been watching it for quite a while. Put that money elsewhere in industrials. Now you're starting to see their EPS guidance lift up. I like the diversity in the infrastructure business where they put a lot of cash and spent on different ventures. Like IEA was a company they purchased. It costed a lot of money to integrate it. So there's less integration costs down the road. I like the infrastructure in natural gas space. I like the name. I always have, and I think now we have a little visibility to feel more comfortable with it. So we are back in that name now.
Why'd you buy Chubb? Is that a Berkshire thing? What's up with that?
Well, if it's good enough for Warren Buffett, it's good enough for me. I say that facetiously, but you know, there's some truth to that. I mean, it's best in breed in underwriting. The name has broken out, and overall, I think that I want some exposure in that space. I haven't had any insurance space, so as we talk about some of the sells, you can see some of this is sort of rotating within the sectors. I would like to be able to add to that name at 255 as it comes back in, and I think it's a breakout that's going to stay in an uptrend.
So yeah, your sells that you allude to are, you know, I frankly find them more interesting, but I wanted to do the buys first. Why'd you sell Morgan Stanley?
You know, I think as they go through this transition away from Gorman, you know, there's a little bit of question now on, you know, what sector within the business is going to lead. And then on top of that, it's run up, but it's also been a little bit of underperforming behind a name like Goldman Sachs. Compared to Chubb, that's broken out within the financial space, Morgan Stanley's running into a lot of overhead supply from its 2022 high. So I want to get out of the way and watch it a little bit as I kind of rotate in something where I feel there's a bit more momentum and a bit more certainty.
Weiss, so he's out of Morgan Stanley. You're in, I think, only Goldman, or is it Goldman and BAC?
BAC, Goldman, by far a much bigger position. That's a real core position.
What do you think about the financials, though? It's interesting, you know, rising rates said to be no good, and now, you know, if rates are falling because you're worried about the macro, that's no good either.
Well, I think actually the market got over its skis in believing that the IPO market was going to open. You've only had 4 tech IPOs this year that are really significant.
Oh, what's going on, Bears? What are you doing?
A lot of senior.
You stopped buying fucking puts. I just looked at it on Discord. What are you doing?
I mean, you know, if the Fed starts
Put buying rolling down right now on SPOOs.
not just 1 or 2, but really easing, then you
Uh-oh.
sooner.
Well, I mean the capital markets for
Uh-oh, Bears. What are you doing? Dealers aren't open anymore.
25.
You need a catalyst.
So maybe got a little ahead of yourself.
But what's going to be most interesting then is you've got such a flood of new supply coming on.
Ruh-roh.
Because huge pipeline.
So, Bill, Weiss sold CAT yesterday. You sold it now, too.
I
Why?
sold it last week.
Oh, you sold it last week. Sorry. Weiss sold it last week. You're selling it as well. Why?
Yeah, we sold it on the open yesterday. I mean, I look at the trajectory.
Yeah, I got some, too, for that. I got some of that Robinhood account.
That is worrisome. Yesterday's manufactured.
I got some of that.
Just ahead of it was poor. You know, some of the backlog.
I got some with you. I couldn't afford the for the Robinhood accounts. I couldn't get the
business here. If the
I couldn't get the what do you got down there?
Just referencing the previous segment.
I got I'm up $40 right now on that Robinhood account. I'm up 15% right now.
With that,
Woohoo!
You know,
Calls on Friday.
Spending the Inflation Reduction Act that's coming out this summer. So taking away a more global name and reducing Caterpillar.
I got some calls for Friday. I got some 535s. I don't think that they print.
We're netting out cash as well, and we're taking a little bit of a cautious.
But I got some 535Cs. Put Mafia only comes out if we're up on the day. Vol Control Gang comes out if we're down on the day at 1 p.m.
I think Friday's move was a gift back to.
Yeah, I'm on some calls right now. I grabbed some for that Robinhood account.
Again, overall, just stepping out of that. I mean, if I get back into more staples.
I'm up 15% on them right now. Pretty good, feeling good on it. We'll see what they do here, if they roll us down or not.
And again, overall, these
on the hourly trigger or not.
And adding to, and even going back to some.
Well, they stopped buying puts about an hour ago.
SPY put spreads, which I highlighted 2 weeks ago. So taking a cautious approach here.
Yeah, no, I am voting trades on Robinhood account, but I'm trying to get used to it first.
News is going to be bad news.
I'm not a Robinhood trader, so I've been fucking around on it.
Thank you, Bill Baruch. We'll talk to you again soon. You said you're like a little personal buyer strike for a little bit. but you are looking at.
I've been dicking around on it. I made a mistake last week. What I ended up doing was I thought I was buying to open, but I was selling to close.
To you, Steve.
I'm just trying to learn how to trade it.
I look at Caterpillar and United Rent.
Account's very green right now, so.
Stan Lucci sold. I can see the value there as long as the cracks don't get worse. So, look, I'll be on with you Friday. We'll make a decision then.
Okay.
You may see me selling Friday. You may see me buying Friday. Let's see what the data dependent.
Suspense.
Tune in.
The suspense.
Well, okay, there you go. Tune in. Same bat time. Same bat time.
All right, let's get the headlines now with Pippa Stevens. Hi, Pippa.
Hey, Scott. President Biden is set to announce this afternoon a new set of executive actions on immigration at the U.S.-Mexico border. According to a senior administration official, the orders will bar migrants who unlawfully cross the southern border from receiving asylum and will go.
Let's see what happens here.
When there are 7 consecutive calendar days.
I don't want to see him sell this shit back down again.
The official says that threshold has been met and the policy would begin immediately.
Wow, they're saying Tesla's going to fall 30%. Dude, the way they these fuckers talk on CNBC.
Wisconsin for the so-called fake elector scheme. That's according to court records. The charges are the latest in a series of criminal prosecutions related to Trump's attempt to overturn the.
This CNBC, man, they're gnarly, dude. They are fucking gnarly.
Just pulled out of the French Open ahead of the quarterfinals. Tournament officials say it's due.
I think they're out here shot calling, saying that people shouldn't be shot calling.
Bid for back
but they are shot calling.
Roland Garros. Scott, back to you.
Wow. He just played a couple of marathon 5-setters back-to-back, too, and that helped take a toll, I think, on that knee. Pippa, thank you. It's Pippa Stevens. Coming up, calls of the day. Got a price target.
Absolutely crazy.
Credit card stock that Jenny owns. We'll get her take on that because shares are up more than 25% this year. Debate it. Find out if she thinks it has more room to run when we come back.
Mm. Yeah, we're gonna go over to the. We're still gonna go over to the. We're gonna go over to Bloomberg's here in a bit. I should just do it today. I'll do it this afternoon. As soon as I get back from break, I'll do it. I'll just sign up for Bloomberg today. We'll turn that shit on for now. We'll try Bloomberg for a month. We'll just do it right now. Hold on. Bloomberg. We got here Bloomberg. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at it right now. Bloomberg Live TV. Bloomberg, what is it? Bloomberg live stream delivers business market news data. I don't think this is live, though, is it?
Musk, official currently speaking on the Biden-backed plan, adds that there's no deal without a permanent ceasefire and an Israel withdrawal.
Yeah, just a note to you guys, too. I want to read something to you. Let me just, did I turn off CNBC? Let's turn off CNBC for a minute. From Bloomberg, President Joe Biden said there was reason for people to conclude.
The bleeding edge of news for non-farm.
Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is prolonging the war in Gaza due to his own political considerations. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but this thesis is being floated out there that he'll go to prison once the war ends due to corruption. Netanyahu is prolonging the war in Gaza due to his own political considerations and would not rule out deploying U.S. troops for the defense of Taiwan. An interview published Tuesday with Time magazine. Hasselblad placed U.S. boots in the ground to defend Taiwan from a Chinese attack.
Demands.
Biden says it would depend on the circumstances. Biden said he had made it clear to Z that there had been no change to U.S. policy and that Washington was not seeking independence for Taiwan, but that he would also support the island if Beijing sought to unilaterally change its status. Not ruling out using U.S. military force. There's a distinction between deploying on the ground, air power, and naval power, etc. I guess we should talk about that at some point.
Israel's
what that implies.
Staff says that we are prepared to shift to an offense along the northern border with Lebanon and nearing a decision point now.
There's some going on here in the markets. Do you see this right now? I might have to cut this loose. You guys watching? So they're waiting for some kind of news to come out right now. Let me just check the. Are we missing something? Am I missing something on the calendar? Is there an auction coming? Maybe. What time is it right now? 12:38. Tuesday. We got no news coming. We got no auctions today. Something's out there. Market liquidity is going weird right now.
If there isn't a clear Israeli position on a permanent ceasefire and complete withdrawal from Gaza, we can't agree to a deal that doesn't secure that.
Seatbelts on. There's like a. It's hard. I just actually had a conversation on Reddit about it. You have people out there like, people want to be like, there's a part of America that wants to be like what we were in World War I and World War II, where I forget what it's called anymore, but there's a name for it. It's kind of like you stick your head in the sand and don't deal with it. It's dangerous. Nuclear war. The people say, nuclear war is dangerous with Russia and China. The fact is that Russia is like a third world country. People will spout that Russia has the large, it's like second, third largest military in the world. Iraq had that same thing. They were the fourth largest military in the world. I don't know if you knew that, but they were. Then you find out that the military was bullshit. That's similar to Russia. Now, Russia doesn't maintain their nuclear arsenal like they're supposed to. They don't have the money to maintain it. You also have the U.S. Is developing fifth and sixth gen warfare right now, quite successfully. This is going to be horrible. You guys are not going to want to hear this because people are going to say to you like, well, I don't want a nuclear war. Even one nuclear missile or bomb is bad. But the truth is, as time passes, China is going to will match us at some point. They're not matched with us right now. They have no military history either. But there's a time when they're going to become that. When we allow countries to do that, we wind up with world wars. That's what happens. There will be a time when we can't confront China, is my point. There'll be a time down the road, next 10, 20 years, where they will outpace us. So there's this thing right now where the U.S. kind of wants a confrontation sooner than later. Maybe not today, but the next 3 years, the U.S. is ramping for that confrontation. You'd want to confront China right now relative to longer time periods than you would in 20 years. I know that sounds horrible. The U.S. also showed its hand recently with the ballistic missiles that were launched from Iran. We knocked them out of the sky with a very high percentage kill rate. which implies that the U.S. is likely has tech that is unknown, that actually works. And to confront China sooner than later is probably better. I don't know if yesterday or today was the anniversary of Tiananmen Square. I don't know if you would want to live under that rule. Oh, fuck yeah, baby. Print it for me. Print it for daddy. Oh, yeah, print it for daddy. Yeah, I like it. Fuck yeah, print it for daddy. Yeah, print that money for me. Yeah, that's right. Print that fucking thing. Print that fucker for me. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, yeah. Print it. Print it like a bad donkey up there. Make me some money right now. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah, baby. Print it. How are your puts doing? How are your fucking puts out there doing right now? How are your puts doing right now? Your puts okay? How are your puts doing out there? Well, I bought my calls at 26 cents, I think. 26, I think I bought them. 26, 27 cents, something like that. Somewhere in there. How are your prints doing right now? How are those puts doing? Are your prints okay? Your puts okay? We're squeezing, baby. Squeezing on up. Whoa, yeah. That's right. Print them. Get on up there. Oh, you bears out here are like, they're fine. Everything is fine right now. Everything is cool. Don't worry about it, Cap. Fucking bears, man. Market's going up. They're fine. Market's going down. They're great. Market goes back up. They're doing just fine. Everything is fine, Captain. Let's get back on track over here. Which way were we going again? Oh, yeah, we're in a 1 minute chart. I almost forgot. Which way are we going? I'll be right back again with you in a few minutes. Man, Q's looks like it wants to moon right now, doesn't it? Look at Q's over there. Q's getting salty. Woo! Woo! Friday, 5:35 is now trading 40 cents right now. Woohoo! Woo! Nino, you going to take a little bit off here, man? I think I'm going to take some off, brother. I don't know, man. 40 cents pretty good. It's almost up 100%. You want to stay long, you can, but you can always jump out of them, brother. All right, here we go. Oh, shit. Hold on a second. I got something to do, guys. I keep forgetting to do this stuff. What do we got here? Software. Not software. All right, hold on. I'm coming back with you guys right now. I got or here. Hold on a second here. Turn that off. I just saw someone say something about put premium rolling over. You can see it right here. You can see it right here. Put premium rolling over. You see it? So we got banks saying that they're not selling yet until all this events and data come out. But you've got CNBC pushing their bullshit, So you got ramped put buying, dealers jump in, amplify the move, or going up now, or market's going down below. Market going down below the gamma flip, right? So you got dealers amplifying the down move. Then people are, I'm hedged now. I don't need to buy any more puts. So you can actually see the impact of the dealers leaving as put buying rolls down, as dealers attempt to become neutral again. And you see the move up in the market as put buying decreases, dealer impact on those moves decreases. So catching a quick rip to the upside on the market. Back over here. Nope. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Whoa. No, dude, seriously. All right, I gotta hold on a second here. No. Break time, be right back. Put that one. And then that over there. And then this. Where am I? What is this? Okay, this goes down right about there. And then that one goes down right about there too. Somewhere in there? That looks kind of right. I think that's right. That one right there. Push that over. Right there. That's better. Did Nino take the money and run or no? Is he still long here for Friday? SPY back testing the hourly trigger once again. You didn't? God damn it, Nito. I even said take the money and run. Fuck. Are you still long right now? Tell me you're not selling if you're already down again. God damn it, Nino. That shit was up like almost 100% trade. God damn, Nino. Ah. Went to what was the peak on it? 40. Peak had to be 40 something, right? What was the peak on the trade? Nino, if you're ever up, man, like more than the S&P 500 in a year, take the money and run, please. How about that? Let's just start there. I got those Factor meals. What do you guys think of Factor? Do you guys like Factor or no? You like them? I just got them. I haven't eaten them yet. They said they don't. They said they don't. They said they don't recommend freezing them. I don't know if that's just a money thing. Has anybody frozen Factor meals? I don't want them every day. I just want them like whenever I can't cook or go out. You do freeze them. Okay, good. That's what I was wondering. I got a first order. I think I got 8 meals or something like that, and I haven't eaten them. So they've been sitting there for like 2 days. So I'm like, should I throw them in the freezer? I don't want to do any cooking if I'm going to eat, or if I'm either going to cook for myself or just warm something up and not be disappointed by a fucking restaurant. Okay, so let me get started on this. Let me get started really quick on this Bloomberg thing. Is there like a Bloomberg radio? Bloomberg membership? Membership. How about a fucking Nomura membership? Can I get a Nomura? Can I get invited to Nomura? I want to be a fucking Nomura. I want to be Nomura member. I want fucking free notes. They're not free. I'm sure it's gonna cost me like 100 fucking grand a year. Something stupid. What do you get for a Bloomberg membership? Unlimited digital access to Bloomberg.com, subscriber-only content, live radio podcasts, and narrated articles. Bloomberg 24/7. Oh, I can get 5 free articles per month. Plus print. Who the fuck wants print? Student subscription, $9.99. How do I prove that? I got to talk to my daughter. It says $199 for 3 months. I guess I can try it out. Okay. Oh, yeah, $2 a month? We'll try it. All right, this is what we're going to do. Should I try to delete off this, maybe? Oh, let's try this. I mean, $2 a month. I can't complain about that, right? Should be. Let's try this. Let's try Bloomberg. If Bloomberg gets too fucking crazy with the politics, so I'm going to turn that shit off. Like, CNBC is not so bad. I mean, basically on CNBC, the only guy who gets really fucking, I mean, like, Joe Kernan is pretty much the old man, right? I don't know if that's an act or not. He seems like he's like that in real life. Joe Kernan's the kind of guy that, like, did cocaine for fucking, you know, he like hard charging cocaine and whiskey. Big stakes. Everybody knows a Joe Kernan, right? He's like the biggest fucking douchebag on CNBC. He's unapologetic about it. It looks like the student account is more expensive than 2 months of Bloomberg, so we'll just try out Bloomberg for 2 months, or it says for 3 months. We'll try them out. If they get crazy with the Republican shit or any of that shit, I'll turn it off. You know what sucks is like Fox Business. When they're not doing politics, they're fucking good. They have great coverage. But then all of a sudden they'll just like insert something really fucked up, and I'm like, what are you talking about right now? What does that have to do with the markets? I wouldn't want woke stock market news either. So I'm pretty much, when we get the stock market hat on, I don't want either. I don't want woke fucking stock market, and I don't want fucking far right stock market. They just want stock market.
Shortly expecting the results of the Federal Reserve repo operation.
I don't want either. We'll try out Bloomberg. If it sucks, we'll turn it off and try something else. I think CBS or ABC in New York has something, but I'll have to find that. So here we go. We're going to try I got a couple things here. Hold on, boys and girls. Hold on a second here. We're gonna do what are we gonna do here? Sure, not that one. Nope. Yeah, we'll do that one. Verify payment.
77 counterparties take $377.825 billion at the Federal Reserve repo operation.
Okay. Checkbox. See what happens with this. See if this at least is real time. Okay, activation. Okay, hold on. We're gonna sign up for. We're also gonna sign up for Trade the News today. What is this? What am I doing here? All right, sure. Verify my email. Okay. Verify my email here. Use a strong password. Okay. We'll use a strong password. We'll set a. There we go. Select my industry. I don't fucking know. Finance. Job title. Fucking dishwasher. Evening briefing, sure. Sure. Download the Bloomberg app. Email me a link. Next. We're all set. Okay, let's discover Bloomberg. A Bloomberg demo request. Terminal demo request. Ooh, that'd be nice. But then you know how much trouble I'd be in doing that Bloomberg demo, or if I had a Bloomberg terminal, I'd be on there fucking around with like fucking McGilligan. I'd be like, "What's up, brother? What are you doing?" Fuck the Bloomberg terminal. I'd just be trying to fuck with people in Wall Street. Foot inspector, chief foot inspector. Well, what do we got here? How do we listen to Bloomberg shit? Live TV. I just want live radio. You got live radio? Yeah, all right, live TV, I guess. Oh, wait a minute. What's that? All right, should I do Bloomberg News?
News when you want it with.
No, that's not. All right, let's play this and see what this looks like.
Monday on Bloomberg.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor?
Just leave this on in the background.
With and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest.
It doesn't look like I can change the quality.
Go figure out how to get
It's Bloomberg, sir. Quality is always good.
biggest winner in what AI and
Theater mode. I don't want theater mode.
will do for the world.
Okay. Y'all aren't thinking we're going down, are you? We ain't going down yet. I already told you.
We'll have
fucking bears acting like we're going to the fucking depths of hell.
lifestyle.
Nino, are you back up again or not?
And I think we can help many patients get down to.
Are you back making money again?
And live the life they want to live and avoid many comorbidities for the healthcare systems.
All right, so we got that going. Let me just check with CNBC and make sure I'm fucking not subscribed to that bullshit anymore.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
You're watching The China Show. This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the countdown to the close.
And then we're going to sign up. What was the other one? Trade the News, right? Trade the News.
Bloomberg has enhanced.
Oh, this is the shit right here. I got to pipe this into the Discord.
Now.
I got to figure out a way to fucking run this shit in the Discord for pro traders. I got to run this shit in the Discord.
Find people. Analyze markets. You can enter phrases or ask questions. What do you want to know today? Ask a question or visit SearchGo to find answers.
Log in. I think I had one. Let's see. Okay,
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long.
Equities, right? Trade the new local coverage 24/7.
The Dow higher, the S&P, NASDAQ, both in the red, right to the number.
Okay. Products.
Off session lows down 0.2%. The Dow.
Equity Pro Audio membership. That shit is not fucking cheap.
The composite index down 28.
$400 fucking dollars a month. God damn.
Signs of labor market cooling reinforce speculation that the Fed will be able to cut rates this year. 10-year, 4.3.
That shit is not cheap. $400 a fucking month.
Gold lower by 1%. Spot gold now at $23.26 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil is down 0.9%. $73.56 for a barrel of WTI.
But that shit is dope, though. Trade the News is dope as fuck. I'm sorry. Trade the News is the premier.
Bitcoin.
It's the fucking premier.
Beer shares are lower. They use the ticker symbol SAM, as in Sam Adams, one of the flagship products.
Spooze, baby.
The CEO of cannabis producer Green Thumb is pitching a deal to merge with Boston Beer. That, according to the Wall Street Journal. Green Thumb, for its part, says it is not commenting on market rumors. Again, we've got shares of Boston Beer down 0.5%. Green
what?
Up 3.4%. Beer and weed. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash Balance of Power.
Why is that saying it's
Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a look at the Tuesday.
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
I'm Kaylee Lines alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where we're noting the fact, Joe, that it's not just any Tuesday, it's a primary Tuesday.
Oh, you know what it might be?
Primary day.
Because it's a fucking company that's outside of the U.S.
Nominees, that doesn't mean that they're not worthy of at least
I have fraud protection.
Considering we do have primaries in Montana, which is going to be a key state in deciding the balance of the Senate.
I bet I'm getting a fraud alert right now.
There has been a lot of political intrigue about not just Senator Bob Menendez, who is currently on
fucking cunts,
charges, but his son, who is facing.
God damn it!
And
whenever there's a purchase out of the country, it's like
woo woo. As we've been hearing from folks on the ground, some of the campaign signs have gone from Menendez to Rob. Because of a difficult
so lame
with what his dad's going through. That's New Jersey's 8th district, Kaylee, and we can look ahead to some of these primaries, but of course it's all
let's try that again.
Protest vote that we've been hearing about and watching.
I'm gonna shut my card off here.
How many Nikki Haley votes will there be in the Republican primary in a state like New Jersey? That will be part of the story.
So lame.
Absolutely. As we've seen continuously, something in the ballpark of 20% of the Republican primary votes still going to Nikki Haley, even though she suspended her campaign months ago. This will be the first time, though, we get those results after Donald Trump's guilty conviction.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it will actually prove to be a tell as to how many more voters are trying to protest the fact that he's the presumptive nominee.
Really great point.
So lame, so lame, so lame.
Are with us our signature panel, Bloomberg Politics.
Give me a second here.
Bloomberg TV and radio. What's your thought on that, Rick, as we anticipate votes tonight? Could we see an uptick for Nikki Haley following the guilty verdict, or might it look like the opposite?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, there's definitely been a rallying around Donald Trump to be expected after the indictment. Republicans, they still want to win elections and
so lame.
Whether they like it or not. And yet, Nikki Haley's been cruising around 20 to 30% of the primary ballot. And in most of these states that have been selecting primary candidates since the presumptive nominee has, sort of taken charge. So this will be interesting. I think it's a bit of.
Are they doing politics right now already?
Credence on primary results as it relates.
It didn't take long, did it?
Real track record. That they have, in fact. But this is definitely.
Oh, it's a double top.
Nikki is now.
No, that's not good.
Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is now a felon. So.
That's not good right there. That is not good. Titties, baby.
A talking point for Wednesday.
Don't like seeing that.
If that indeed does transpire, is that more telling than the
Come on, spoos.
we've gotten in the days after?
Oh, they're pissy right now, huh? They're saucy.
It is.
Everybody's fucking short right now. Everybody's like, fuck you.
Where at least at the top of the ticket in this case, it does.
Everybody's loaded to the tits and puts right now.
Because of course we know who.
And they're raging pissed.
On both sides, it is a tell, and I'm not sure how this is going to come off, quite frankly, because you could see it going either way. You could see
Upside down titties right now.
Settles in that this is a convicted felon.
Man,
okay, I'm going to go out.
They're all angry because they're all loaded to the tits and puts here.
Or to Rick's point, you could see a sort of rally around.
I don't know what's going on here with this shit.
Political persecution. These are all Republicans for the voting in a primary after all, and it goes in the opposite direction. So I think we have to wait and see where this.
Okay, well, let's go back.
In terms
let's try it again.
Where Republicans are in this case. And of course, as you look at the Democratic side, Joe Biden wants to make sure that there is not a lot of, lost.
Let's try it one more time.
Third-party candidate because of what's going on in the Gaza Strip or any other issue. So on both sides, it is sort of an indication as to how.
Oh, wait, what's this down here? Hold on. What's this down here?
Well, you mentioned the Trump effect.
Credit FX News audio membership.
Today, Jeannie, I'd love both of you on this because we've had a knockdown, drag-out hearing with the Attorney General, Merrick Garland. Everyone knew it would be the case.
Okay.
He testifies before some serious Republican critics here on the Judiciary Committee. This is Jim Jordan.
It's so fucking stupid.
Swinging in his own prepared try to blunt some of this. But beyond the Robert Hur testimony that the committee wanted to acquire, Joe Biden's testimony with the special counsel, beyond the contempt vote that went nowhere.
Such a pain in the ass.
Something else going on here. 3 members of the committee, this is Freedom Caucus, Andy Biggs, Chip Roy, Tom Massey, sent Merrick Garland a letter stating their concerns about aggressive prosecutions of those who were at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, the January 6th rioters. And they wanted to talk about the FBI of January 6th. This is.
Give me a second here, boys and girls.
Here.
Come on, spoos.
We're talking about white vans and unmarked officers in the crowd. What does this tell us about the direction we're going in this Republican conference?
State Department spokesman Miller says Israel is ready to implement the ceasefire deal.
What?
In the House.
Oh, what's this? Are we gonna moonshot here?
And that is
we might moonshot here.
Set of facts, and in this case, just because they dream it up means that it should be a fact. And I think
we might fucking have a moonshot right now. We might go to the moon.
Things are simply not true. No, Joe Biden is not the reason that Donald Trump got prosecuted in New York at a state level. No, the FBI was involved in January 6th.
Come on, baby. Squeeze every motherfucking one of these bears out of there. Just squeeze them out.
Administration has done a very poor job.
We got something going on here. Hold on, let me read this to you.
Emanates from legitimate.
I just read something about a ceasefire deal. Oh, if that's real, dude, we're gonna moonshot.
And so I think the fact that the Attorney General is up there fighting the fight for facts.
If we have a moonshot right now, I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
Understand why the Biden administration would not deploy their cabinet in an effort.
That would be funny, not gonna lie.
Because Joe Biden can only get elected if the country is working off the same set of facts about the economy, about the border, about Gaza, and if he allows to proliferate, it's going to be very hard for him to find a clear path.
Jeannie, I'd love for you to weigh in on what Rick just said. Has the administration not been forceful enough in pushing back against
misinformation. This is a challenge, I think, for all of us. You know, I look at this very broadly.
Spoo's squeezing right now.
Time when
Spoo's cranking.
Very difficult to break through all the noise that we all hear, and you can watch 2 channels and get the exact opposite take on what is happening, and disinformation spreads broadly. And I think it speaks to a reality, and I wish the Biden administration, to Rick's point, would talk about this. This is why leadership matters so much. It is very, very difficult to police all this misinformation and disinformation, and that's why we've got to be able to trust the people we choose to lead us in an honest way. And that is where what's happening today on Capitol Hill is so frustrating, because there is not a scintilla of evidence that anybody in the FBI was behind January 6th, and yet you have elected leaders up there on the Hill asking the question. And so I think, you know, in a way, it's all of our responsibility as Americans when we go to the ballot box to remember that we have to choose people who we feel some modicum of trust in to tell us what is the truth, because this is where we are in this country, in this media environment. So no, you know, I don't think it's all at Joe Biden or the Biden administration's feet. He can use the bully pulpit.
Oh, that's what's going on.
It's a problem that every president in the modern era is going to face from now, as long as our media environment remains the way it is. And so it's much bigger than Joe Biden.
Suggesting it may become more difficult, not get easier. It's a great panel. Thanks to both of you.
Hang tight 1 second.
As always, for showing grace with complex issues. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributors, with us today in Washington. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. It looks like we have potential breaking news, Kaylee, from Israel. We should mention this as it crosses the terminal now.
Yeah, this coming from Matthew Miller, who's a State Department spokesman. He's saying in a briefing now that Israel is ready.
All right.
Remember, this is a deal that was outlined last week.
Regular updates. You can log in and jump to your free trial. I don't want a free fucking trial.
A ceasefire agreement.
I just want to sign up.
Despite Israel, I guess, at least rhetorically,
I don't know what's going on here.
Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu has done so in recent days. The State Department is saying, be that as it may, whatever you may be hearing, Israel is ready to implement this if Hamas agrees.
Well, yes, and let's see what form this takes. Obviously, to your points, phase 1 was a 6-week, I believe, ceasefire. Does it go beyond that? Hamas earlier said there would be no deal without a permanent ceasefire. And an Israeli withdrawal. So if you put these two headlines together, we could be onto something.
Yeah, and of course, the permanency aspect is what has long been the issue.
Right.
What's up?
Hamas looking for that, Israel not wanting to commit to that until Hamas is entirely destroyed. This is what negotiators and mediators have been
can I sign up?
so hard on. So we'll keep you updated on that news as we get more. First, though, let's get some more news, world and national news with Amy Morris in the 99.1 newsroom here in Washington. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Kaylee. Narendra Modi in India vowing to continue as India's prime minister. Even after his party lost its majority in parliament, Modi claiming victory for his coalition in a post on X, calling it a historical feat. Raghuram Rajan is a professor of finance at Chicago Booth School of Business and former head of the Central Bank of India.
It's actually a win for democracy, and that's good for India, because what democracy does is it allows the different parts to essentially express themselves and to negotiate.
Raghuram Rajan is a professor of finance at Chicago Booth School of Business. Attorney General Merrick Garland forcefully rebuking what he describes as unprecedented attacks on the Justice Department, telling Republicans who have sought to hold him in contempt that he won't be intimidated. During a hearing before the House Judiciary Committee, Garland condemned the conspiracy theory pushed by Donald Trump's allies that the department is behind Trump's state court prosecution in New York and that the FBI was authorized.
This is dangerous. It raises the threats of violence against prosecutors and career agents. The allegation is false.
Garland called the unsupported claim an attack on the judicial process itself. Global
I'm trying right now, guys. I'm trying to get some news here.
Now, I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Just a second, boys and girls.
Instead of AI here or there, why not put AI to work everywhere?
Dude, what is going on here? Got some wonky ass shit going on. Dude, are they gonna squeeze this thing or what?
trains.
Did you guys hear that guy? Did you hear the news squawker saying peace deal or something or no?
So you arrive exactly where you belong.
The world needs ways to reduce carbon emissions.
ExxonMobil can help. We're working on solutions for all.
Well, I just read something that said depths of hell somewhere.
Heavy industry.
I'm not reading this chat right now, so the stuff that I am reading, I think I'm lost in the chat somehow.
That move markets are on Bloomberg.
How worried are you about the U.S. election? It's for the American people to decide what they want with their politics, with their government, with their future. But obviously, we are all concerned about it because the United States is
Give me like 2 seconds here.
the largest defense country in the world and has been a beacon of democracy with all its upside and downside. We cannot interfere with their choice. It's their choice, and that's the beauty of democracy. But we have to be extremely attentive and anticipate, just as we do with inflation. You know, we do scenarios. What if, what if, what if? Then what do we do? Where I sit now in Frankfurt, head of the ECB, I think that we have to be strong as Europeans and not assume that we can rely on whoever our friends are around the world, because these things change over the course of time, as we have seen.
Bloomberg. Contact.
Hold on 1 second, boys and girls.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
Hold on.
Great question.
It's a great question.
Great question. Great question.
Best question I get all night.
Bloomberg. Top experts. Great questions.
The linear business is not going anywhere. The sports business is moving is going to figure itself out between digital and linear. It's an unbelievably healthy market. They all have to be in it. They all want to be, every single one of the players.
US natural gas futures extending losses.
We have two assets in the sports business that don't have are year long, don't have a season. I don't believe prices are going down. You're going to figure out the bifurcation of the rights and give things up, not give things up.
How long do you think it is before Netflix actually jumps into sports?
You know, they're in sports right now, but they just do the shoulder programming.
Yeah.
I think their point of view, and you'll ask Ted tomorrow, is we build up we don't want to be in the bidding of rights and then not have any long tail. So I'm not sure. They did bid on Formula One, but ESPN got it. So I think that was a smaller package, meaning smaller economics. So we'll see.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But pressures and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, The China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, The China Show. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Hong Kong time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. From the world of politics to the world of business, 2 times a day at 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis from and about politics' biggest power players.
The president has been clear that is non-negotiable.
I mean, this is going to be an ugly, ugly year.
Balance of Power, live around the world twice a day at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg TV and radio. Context changes everything.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A decidedly mixed market on this Tuesday with the Dow Industrial.
Oh, I gotta
just about the best level of the day right now, up 61 points, up by about 2.
Hold on here.
The S&P lower now by 0.2%, dropping 9 points, while NASDAQ is down 37, a drop there of 0.2%. Bond market climbed as signs of labor market cooling reinforced speculation that the Fed will be able to cut rates this year. 10-year, 4.31%, 2-year, 4.74%. Gold is down $30 the ounce, down 0.9%, 23.30 right now on spot gold, while West Texas Intermediate crude is down 0.8%, 73.60 for a barrel of WTI. Cannot ignore Bitcoin back above 70,000, 70,400 right now on Bitcoin, up 1.9%. American Airlines is pushing a federal appeals court to overturn a decision invalidating its partnership with JetBlue, saying the ruling would prevent the airline from entering into future joint ventures. Shares of American higher today by 0.3%. JetBlue down now by 0.4%. Again, recapping, Dow Industrials push higher, up 71 points now, up 0.2%, while the S&P is down by 0.1%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington.
You're listening to Trade the News.
Charlie Pellet, thank you. Keeping tabs on the markets for us here on Bloomberg TV and radio every day as we talk politics live from Washington. And it all starts at 6:15 p.m.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Time.
We're back.
That's the annual congressional picnic
on
the south lawn of the White House.
Oh, no. I'm getting kicked out now.
And hot dogs, because that will be
shit.
You're listening.
The President speaks to the American people about this executive order he's dropping today on the border. He's going to be speaking from the East Room, at least according to the schedule, about 20 minutes from now. And Kaylee,
something's going on here.
This hour, he's upsetting both ends of the political spectrum today.
Yeah, of course, Republicans think he is not going far enough. Progressives may think he's going too far with this executive action that essentially, when crossings cross a threshold of 2,500 across the border, will shut down those seeking asylum, at least in some cases. There are carve-outs and exceptions here.
Okay, got all that. Trade the news. Something's up.
Who are upset. The thing is, though, Joe, there's something else to consider here politically.
Market coverage. Okay.
For the
products. Hey.
Chartered Steve Englander, who's a great.
I don't know. So I don't know what's going on with this trade the news shit. I got kicked out just a minute ago.
Non-farm payrolls growth since.
Give me just one quick second, guys.
For by undocumented immigrants, according to his estimates, looking at data from U.S. Immigration Services, the Customs and Border Patrol, and others. He suggests if you take those.
Yeah, it is trade the spoos. Hang tight 1 second.
May actually be running at a much lower pace of 125,000.
Imagine that
per month.
So then couple the impact that this has had as well on shelter costs and housing immigrants in cities all over the country, not just New York, and the impact could be great. And you wonder if you keep walking this line, does this executive order hasten the first interest rate cut?
It's an excellent question. If it means more softening in the labor market, one could see how that argument could be made. But we want to pose these questions and more now to Rebecca Shih. She is founding executive director of the American Business Immigration Coalition. Rebecca, welcome to Balance of Power. How should we be thinking through the economic ramifications of this?
I think I'm like waiting, a process of waiting or something.
To seek asylum in
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this.
Immediately, how is this likely to impact?
I have no idea.
Thank you so much for having me. Today, the president.
I don't even know what's going on with this.
Executive order to ensure legal and orderly processing and crossing, and this is going to have important impact on both the economy and our communities. I think you just mentioned that one of the reasons that our markets and economy continue to roar is because, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we have 2.1 million new migrants and new workers in the economy over this last 2.5 years. And this has made sure that jobs, particularly jobs in construction, hospitality, tourism, are filled despite our very tight labor market. And this has meant that, stock market is reaching historic highs, as we have seen, as well as tamping down inflation. And just the last thing I would add is that we see all the demographics data that average Americans are having.
Dude, I don't know what is going on with this.
In terms of births and this new energy, new entrepreneurships from both new migrants and long-term immigrants already here has been a gift to the economy and to our country.
Well, so as the president speaks to the American people then today, Rebecca, should he also be making an announcement about work permits?
That is something that we're hoping for. As the American Business Immigration Coalition, we are a bipartisan group of about 14.
Dude, what are they doing here?
And CEOs across the country over this last
such pain in the ass.
Campaign, we call it Here to Work, actually calling on the administration and the president to issue more work permits for both the new migrants as well as the long-term immigrant contributors. If you think about people that are picking crops, cleaning hotel rooms, emptying bedpans in nursing homes, or even designing semiconductors at our factories.
My account profile. Okay, my account profile. Just still can't do that. Profile? How about my account?
By immigrants of all. So having more work permits, legal work permits in the marketplace is a good thing. It's a good thing for employers. It's a good thing to protect immigrant workers from exploitation. And I
don't know what the fuck is going on here.
For every American consumer. And if nothing else, we've seen work over this last 2.5 years.
Well, Rebecca, you just said there that you've been pushing the White House and the Biden administration to do more in that effort. Is that
I don't know what the fuck is this.
Entirely alone? The administration and the White House, when it put out a statement today, talked about how realistically, to get more substantive reform, you need congressional action. What are the limits of what President Biden himself is able to do unilaterally?
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen the president and particularly Democratic leaders and some Republican leaders as well, notably Senator Langford of Oklahoma, really trying very hard to come together on a bipartisan solution to our borders. I think this bill was brought to the floor several times this year, and then former President Trump intervened and it fell apart. And so then we see today that the president deciding to act unilaterally on executive order around the border. And so similarly, given the gridlock in this Congress, that the executive action on work permits can continue and also be granted for people, particularly people that have been here.
I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
Many of them are married to U.S. citizens. We actually have 1.1 million U.S. citizens in our country who are married to undocumented spouses on average for 16 years. Just kind of bonkers to think about that people with such deep roots in our nation are still unable to have a path to permanence because of our broken immigration system. So I think to your point, ideally, right, things are done on a bipartisan basis.
This is so wonky why this isn't working.
We've just seen this Congress again and again, even on something that both sides have agreed on, like border security, we can't even make any progress. And so as such, we're calling on the president to also do.
It's got to be something to do with Europe.
Legal work permits and something that everyday Americans support.
Well, as you call on this president to take action, having referred to the 1,400 CEOs and employers you represent, Rebecca, this is an election year. Who do they trust more with reforming the immigration system, Joe Biden or Donald Trump?
I would say that just where we are on the issue has been, sadly a failure of both sides. I mean, we are operating under a menagerie of the alphabet soup for our visa system that was created in 1986. So over nearly 40 years ago was the last time we had a reform to our immigration system. And our economy today, it doesn't look anywhere like how it looked in 1986. And so the politics always keep getting in the way of this issue. And And the thing is that just everyday Americans understand that we need to have legal, orderly border crossings, and as well as bring people out of the shadow, especially people that have been here working, paying taxes for decades with American family members. Just again and again, for our dreamers, for our mixed status families, it always polls so well. It doesn't change because Americans know that those are the right solutions to fix this super outdated and just honestly beyond frustrating immigration issue.
Rebecca, it's great to have you. Rebecca Shih, founding executive director of the American Business Immigration Coalition. Kaylee, we expect to hear from Joe Biden about 10 minutes from now. He'll be in the East Room of the White House, assuming things are on time. That's not always the case, of course, when it comes to reality. I'll be curious to hear if he takes any questions from reporters or if we get a statement and we're right back out of the room.
Yeah, of course, the questions he could be asked vary far from the border issue. He could be asked about the conviction of Donald Trump, or he could be asked about geopolitics, as there are a number of geopolitical issues in play in the news today.
That's for sure. And we're seeing headlines across the terminal on elections in India, with the official count confirming Prime Minister Modi's bloc can form a government here. He's claiming victory, but
Nino, so Nino lowered my ask 2 times, been sitting at 50 cents most of the day, now 535C.
Huge end we heard upon Modi's visit.
I know I'm fucking pissy in the background here because I have like
international.
I have a pretty secure
at the White House
network at my house here, and
what do the tell us about that, Ron?
I'm thinking I run a VPN through my.
We did expect some policy shock along the way. Now we're getting one out of India.
Through my router as well. Like I bypass.
Why did it happen?
I don't know how to explain it. I'm kind of dumb at this shit, but it looks like I'm getting a VPN error from this company trying to sign up, but I'm assuming that they
months ahead. But globally, though, I completely agree. India under Modi had become this kind of a star performer, starting markets, one of the world's fastest growing economies. It had been seen as an alternative to China, really capitalizing on the geopolitical fracas between China and the US post-pandemic, setting itself up as an alternative for investment. And as you said, of course, coming here to Washington last year and having that state visit, etc. So it's a big question to where that goes from now.
Yeah, that's what I think it is.
He will form the next government.
Nino, just stay long, brother. You'll be good. It'll grind you up there.
Can it be if he does form the next government?
You're tied into that price now.
Can he last?
Yeah, how diminished is he as a result of this? But if he can form,
there's
coalition,
even when the VPN is off, Mr. Talking Monkey.
Parliament would have.
You know how like you can. I don't know how to explain this. Like, so even if my VPN is off.
Where you have Netanyahu in power because of government, but because of
a couple things. Where the fuck is my main camera? Lock that main camera in there. Bam, that shit's locked.
We be thinking about how this moves forward.
Domestically, he will obviously have to do some horse trading.
So there's like I got like a
for support, and that will mean divvying up policy, whatever.
How do I explain this? You can either run a VPN from.
The question does become
like your PC.
On the global front.
But you can also run if you have a kick-ass router, you can
looking at India, they thought it was this rock of
you can be attacked from the router, not from the PC.
You'd have to wonder whether.
And so I run it through the router so that there's no way to find out.
Be seen as a source for investment. Come here with your money. We remain.
No, like you can run a VPN through your. Some routers will allow you to.
Well, certainly.
It's like a. How do I explain this better? Like they can see shit your
Modi's face is still in front of the government.
Yeah, and you would assume from India's point.
Yeah, like if you have protection from the router side, not the PC side, they get pissed at this.
They want foreign.
And what it does is it stops attacks from the router. So that's the only way I can explain it simply.
Shock. Yeah. But it remains to be seen just how it does change.
But if you're Apple, this doesn't change your plan.
We're trading 532. 531 and I'm telling you what, I ain't fucking shorting this market. I tell you guys this every day. I ain't shorting shit till you go up there.
But of course, it remains to be seen.
There ain't no shorting. Just looking for a dip to buy.
But that would be a major surprise.
Fucking draw it out with crayons for you guys out there. There's one target right there. There's another target up here.
That visit from Narendra Modi.
And we could go higher, actually.
There were those who were critical of the
I'm being generous.
Over concerns about things like
this is the start of when they get stanky.
ultimately led to this surprising result today.
Like I'm figuring that if I get puts right here, I can absorb a squeeze higher.
TV and radio.
In the meantime,
So, you know, I ain't selling shit until we're up there.
for you right here on Bloomberg.
I ain't selling nothing. And this looks bullish as fuck, doesn't it? Look at it. There is a grinding away to push this up. I gotta tell you something. I want to tell you something here really quick. So if you look at what? Let's get rid of that for a minute. I want to show you something that I saw earlier. I wanted to say something, but I didn't.
I need deep expertise. They give me access to experts with the
This little tick right here.
I have from my wealth.
That's why I work with Northern Trust.
That little tick right there. See that tick? No, this one right here. See that little fucker right there? See this little thing right here? See that little tick right there? And that little tick right there? These guys mean business. They're here. The buyers are here. They're going to rip this fucking thing up. So I ain't selling shit. I ain't no seller yet.
Let's deliver.
I'm going to be a seller. We ain't there yet, so. This Bloomberg TV, I don't know if I'm down with this Bloomberg TV. This might be worse than, Man, I just lost the broadcast just a moment ago. I actually just lost the Bloomberg broadcast. It just shit itself. It just imploded. Bloomberg TV just like straight up just like fucking committed Sudoku. Just committed Sudoku. Let's see what's going on Bloomberg here. Live TV. Am I still logged in? Looks like I'm still logged in. It literally just it just shit the bed.
World, actually, the athlete spirit, right? Building a sports team that can perform at the best, but also talk about the explorer spirit. How can we really tap into new things, continue being disruptive? We have 80 different nationalities at On. It's very important to have a diverse team because we have a very diverse landscape of customers.
Let's keep on grinding, Spy.
This is Bloomberg News Now.
News when you want it at the touch of a button.
Another volatile day on Wall Street. We're seeing big moves.
All eyes on Capitol Hill as Democrats and Republicans.
Today's job numbers casting doubt on the Fed's next move. Inflation remains front and center. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Get it 24/7 on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg News Now. Context changes everything.
Oh, wait a minute. Someone donated money on stream? Who donated money on stream?
Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only.
Who donated money on stream?
Changes everything.
Who the hell donated money on stream? Did somebody donate money on stream? How are they doing that for? Who just did that?
Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
Who the fuck's giving me money?
Carol Masser.
Instaban.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Who gave me $50?
Live on radio, TV, YouTube.
Who did that?
This is Bloomberg Business Week for this Tuesday, June 4th. I'm Carol Masser along with Tim Stenovic. Let's get to the setup on this Tuesday.
Who the fuck just donated to me on stream?
Meeting. And on that, jolting the bond market a little bit in expectations when it comes to Fed moves, Tim. Data showing further signs of labor market cooling and giving a bit more.
Was it you, Time Clock?
Could we maybe, yes.
The hell are you doing?
Cut this year.
Yeah, more on that with Molly Smith in just a moment. Also a top
Time Clock. What do you want charted out?
In India, as Prime Minister Modi's party loses its majority in parliament. We're going to tell you why you need to care about this.
Yeah.
Who donated on stream?
We've talked about global elections this year, and that is certainly.
Someone just said.
Speaking of
It was you.
ever-warming environment.
Time clock. What do you want to see? I can't. YouTube is limiting the comments that I see right now.
All right, I got no good transition for this one.
Time clock. What can I do for you?
Focus as an FDA panel reviews a new drug that's based on ecstasy. We check in with Tiffany.
Time clock. What can I do? Request something.
Plus one more thing.
You want feet pics? What do you want? Chart? What do you want? What's your favorite ticker?
We're going to dig into the details a little bit later this hour. First up, though, let's get to the
God damn. Thank you for whoever said that. Everton. Thanks for saying something, brother.
Session highs right now, right to the numbers up 87 again.
Yeah,
1%. S&P though.
Time clock. If you're out there watching right now, I think you are. YouTube fucks around with Streamlabs and will only allow so many comments to show up on my screens here, so I can't see it. But I do keep YouTube open for comments on another computer just in case. And I just had Everton just hit me with a DM on Twitter that came through my Gmail. I happened to be in my Gmail, and he said, "Hey man, somebody just donated $50."
Barrel on WTI. Bitcoin holding above 70,000.
Palantir and ARM.
Now on Bitcoin up by
Palantir and ARM. Okay.
Sources tell Bloomberg
You have the floor.
which is a closely held cloud computing provider, is
You have the floor, brother.
scientific for about $1 billion. Core scientific
God damn it.
by 41.
This is a warning to all of you out there. Don't. All right, you can donate.
Down now by about 2
The donations, I'll take them.
That is a Bloomberg.
But
All right, got it, Charlie. Thank you. It's big week.
if you do donate and I don't respond to you,
So on the latest
say something to me. Be like, "Hey, asshole,"
fell in the month of April.
or get a moderator. Say, "Can one of the mods please fucking tell that asshole that I just donated?"
Bureau of Labor Statistics
Say something.
and Labor Turnover Survey, also known
I'm not gonna ban you.
available positions decreased to 8.36
I got you, brother.
million reading in the prior month, a figure below all estimates in a Bloomberg survey.
Thank you, by the way, time clock.
Bloomberg News economics editor Molly Smith is here at the Bloomberg studio. Molly,
All right, we already know where we're going, right? 528.20.
when it came to the bond
Right up there. Right up there, okay?
some very Fed
528.32.
jobs market.
Yeah, I think, there's sometimes
We're gonna take a peek.
caveats with these reports that it's like
We're gonna look at what? ARM?
and then it's like, oh wait, let's dig beneath the surface and maybe this isn't as good as we think it is. That didn't really happen today. I mean, this was really categorically showing a broad slowdown in labor demand really across all industries, and still showing hiring is still relatively slow. Layoffs are still
Oh, dude. Oh, look at that stupid face on her. Sorry. All right, we're going to look at ARM, and we're going to look at that. There's ARM. We got our squeeze, kind of, didn't we? See that right there? We got our squeeze. We got our tag. We hit 129, huh? So ARM, we said we'd squeeze up. We did. We said we'd squeeze up one more time. We did. Took some time, didn't it?
The Department of Justice to probe oil and gas price fixing at OPEC.
No. Let's just go down below here and take a look at it. All right. So we're going to delete all this stuff here. We got our price target basically, right? We said we were going to do this one right here.
With Financial Juice Pro.
We did it.
Now only $99 a year.
We got it. Yay.
Service.
Basically, we got it, right? Basically, we got it. We ground all the way up here. We tagged it. Kinda tagged it. Kinda. A little bit of rejection there, though, right? A little bit of rejection on this one here. This is ARM, by the way. Took a little bit longer than we expected. We expected this earlier. It's been about a month. But it has slowly grinded up. It has closed the gap. It has rejected below this top tick up here. That's not to be unexpected either. 30-minute basis. Let's take a look at it on a daily basis. Let's start from the top on this one. Just stop at the top. We know for sure, here, we'll just delete everything. We know for sure that there are trapped buyers here, right? We know for sure that this shit squoze up. Woohoo! Went to the moon, and someone likely bought that shit. And they are sad. They're very angry. And they're going to go on the internet, and they're not going to show you that face, are they? They're going to show you this face. And they'll be like, hey, man, I want you to know that you need to buy this shit because it's going to go to the moon. And meanwhile, they're just waiting for you to get right here. And they're going to sell the fuck into you just so they can get out again. And then it's going to go up. And they're going to get angry. And they're going to buy the next top up there. And they're going to get slammed down again. Top Buyers Club. I love the Top Buyers Club. Top Buyer Club is a fun club to not be in. Some of you are probably looking at this and you're going, oh yeah, baby. We're going to squeeze up here. We're going to roll up here. We're going to be up there, and bam, there's your big target up there, $200. There's your cup in your handle. And that's where we're going. Now, not one problem, but one real problem here is that all these guys up here are just trying to get out. I'm being honest with you. That's a big old sell signal right there. And they tried selling into you again right here. So you got like people trapped basically right here. So people are basically trapped right here. So they come up, they buy, they get locked in. They're like, please just go back up. Please just go back up. Please just go back up. And what do you have? Wham, capitulation trade. Some of them haven't sold, and they're just waiting to get back up there again, and they're wondering in their minds, are we ever going to get back up here? And even if we do, they're going to sell into you. But there'll be buyers again. Once we go back up, there'll be buyers again. They'll buy the top, and they'll get sold into again. This is like the way of the world, right? Now, let's see what we got here on higher frames. Weekly's getting kind of beefy. We don't have a lot of. This is good. This weekly is good. This daily, believe it or not, is good. It usually results in a squeeze higher. So weekly basis, daily basis, positive on a daily chart. On a 30-minute basis. We're getting a little long in the tooth here. But it can stay long it can get cranking for a while, can't it? Be aware on a daily basis, if you start to see any lower highs on daily velocity, the run is done. Take note of that. Come back and check with me in the future and be like, hey, Cap, are we consolidating for a move higher? Higher. Or are we consolidating with a series of new lows on Velo? Because I can at least tell you then that we're going to roll down and you're going to get crushed. So you have to check back on that. Right now, everything looks okay so far. For more upside on ARM. Spoo's cranking still, right? Isn't it, Nino? Still cranking. So at least on a 30-minute basis, doesn't look too bad. Now, on an hourly Velo, it's a little bearish. Not huge, but it ain't great. You want to be buying these bad boys down here on an hourly basis. You see that? That's a gorgeous thing right there. So if you're trying to enter ARM, looks like these hourlies provide good places, right? So you're going to be looking for this again to re-enter long. If you're already long ARM, you're already long ARM. You should be fine for more upside to an extent, right? You should have been buying down below here. So trades very well in its hourly velocity. We know that. Daily Velo is not negative yet. And that's actually sustainable for more upside to come. And that's what I can tell you so far in this. You're above your daily trigger. That's good. You back tested your daily trigger. That's good. Everything is bullish for this ticker right now. Now, what you're going to be thinking about here, again, are these little people that are all these guys must have been crying. Second leg down. Let's take a look at it on a 4-hour basis. You got a lot of work ahead of you. If I had to say anything to you, it would be that you have a lot of work ahead of you. And you can see that red bar right there. They slammed it down, boom, drop. This is good, though, but still no new high. So if you want to trade this, you need the new high at 135.43. I think it's going to take some help to get up here and trade these 160s. It's going to require the daily trigger. Like, you're going to need that daily trigger as your springboard to get up there. So it's going to be a grind, in my opinion. Let's find out where we're in a 4-hour basis right now. Let's find out where where your buyers are. So last known buyers are right here. That's where your real buyers are, right here. Last known buyers, 116, 117. Spoo's squeezing right now, Nino. Trading 527.25. You're above your hourly trigger. That's good. You'd expect buyers to step back in here. ARM is definitely turning up. We have general market weakness expected in the coming week, and we have not had a back test of the weekly trigger. Spoo's now trading 527.40. Remember when I told you earlier that you wanted a higher price to buy yourself some puts? You're going to get it. So this is valid. This is what I would say to you about ARM. You're a buyer at 118.63 and a buyer down here, believe it or not, at $85. I think you're higher, though. I think you're more like right here, right where that weekly trigger is. So I'm going to raise that up a little bit. I think you're going to fail that. They're going to try to take you down again. I think you're going to fail this briefly. You could get some weakness here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right there, fours. I think it remains valid if you get any weakness down here. Even if you experience any more like a bloodbath, it'll come right back. Think end of July. Bullish on ARM. Oh yeah, baby. Spoos. Nito, are you making money now? Nito. Take the fucking money and run, Nino. Nino, please, somebody find Nino. Take your goddamn money and run. Where the fuck, Nino? Take the goddamn money. Not financial advice. It's all right if it runs. Take some money. Take the profit. You got a W. It's all right, Nino. Turn off the fucking internet. Close the fucking computer. And go get yourself a beer or something and say, I had a win today. I got a W. Take the goddamn money and run. Price target 529, 528.29, by the way. 528.29. That's the price target for today, right there. Take the goddamn money, turn the fucking internet off. Go get laid or something. Go jerk off or something, whatever it is you do that makes you happy. Lock yourself in a closet if the wife's home so nobody can find you. Open up the secret door and go down the passageway. Oh, yeah, baby. We bought that fucker at the bottom, didn't we? Right at the bottom, we bought it. Okay, all that excitement's out of the way. Here's your chance to hedge the market. Don't say I didn't warn you. You got two more opportunities. You got this one. You got one more. I don't know if we're going to get that one up there. 529.97. 530. It's pretty close, isn't it? Hey, Mom. Fucking bears are up here. They're all pissed off. They're right here. They're like, motherfucking goddamn bulls. Put's getting fucking destroyed. You know, dealers are having some, like, Bob's in his office like, these motherfuckers. He's like, I ain't printing these fucking puts until fucking they're worthless. We ain't going down till they're fucking worth. You think you're getting your weekly puts paid today? Suck it. We'll drop it when they're worthless. I know now. I know why you guys get mad when I'm not here. Now I know why you're pissed off when I'm not in the fucking stream going, buy that dip right there. No, we ain't going down, dude. That's bullshit. We're going up. Fucking Bork. I love you, Bork. All right, so target achieved. Woo! Woo! Can we go up more here? Yes, we can. All right, though. Good day today, right? We got a little bit more we can go up. We can go up there. You see that up there? We can go up there if we want. Oh, we take that one, though. They're going to get real saucy. Look at that bad boy right there. You know they're going to sell this fucker. They ain't allowing that shit to happen. No way in hell. No way in hell. It'd be a nice party, though, wouldn't it? You guys want? Ooh. Ooh. Oh. We'll leave it up there. Look at all that. Look at the sauciness. We're going to go straight up now? We're going to pull a Friday again? Trading 528.57 right now. Jay Shady, I ain't fucking done. Jay Shady's like, I want my 5:30 today cap. Look at that fucker, just keeps going. 528.68 right now.
That's where some
buyers still here in the market. CNBC.
Spot 2%.
Fucking CNBC bullshit today.
Late afternoon trading. Again, just up spot 2%.
Douchebags over at CNBC. Dude, you see the shit they put on CNBC today? God damn. CNBS today. Doom was due all fucking day. Doom from CNBC. Stock market fucking ripping faces off right now. Fuck you, we're going up. Markets in fucking turmoil. A win is a win. Don't ever forget that. Dude, if you traded this today, you just beat the S&P 500 for the year. If you made a win today over 25%, you just beat the S&P 500. Now repeat that shit over and over and over again. Spy Dow squeeze and trading 528.75. Right up here, this top tick right here. Watch out for that one. That's at 529.19. Let's look at this on a 30-minute basis. We blew bypass that, right? You get these in the market briefs from me, right? This is the same market brief from yesterday. I sent this to you last night. So there you go. You got this. You got that. That beast over there. That shit. Let's fuck it. Let's just do it one. Fuck it. Just go straight up. Maybe we can get one more pullback up here. Get real party time. Bears on the retreat right now. They think they're fine. They ain't fine. Trade that 531 like nobody's business. You know they're watching this shit. They're mad. They're super mad. I'm not just super mad. I'm fine, Cap. Everything's fine, Captain. Okay, we'll see when we get up here. Now, saying all that, right? Saying all that, still I want to recommend to you guys as we go up there. You know, you want to hedge the market or something. What's that ESTOW looking like? Is that ESTOW now down yet? Where's ESTOW? Oh, yeah, baby. Get that ESTOW down there. Talking about this one this morning. Before it happens, right? Before it happens. Before it happens. Before it happens. We got the ESTOW coming down. We wrote this line in here earlier this morning and said, set an alert. Come up here, try to get you a little bit of that right there. Getting closer to a dip buy on ESTOW, aren't we? Getting closer, getting juicy. We did ARM over here a moment ago and said it's going up. We got to do Palantir next. Now, Palantir, I'm sticking with this call here. I did not get the blood that I wanted. Did not get the blood that I wanted. Angry about that. I wanted to own Palantir at like 16, 17 bucks. These fucking bulls, these Palantir nerds, they ain't giving shit up for anybody. So I'm wrong on this one here. Even so being wrong, I'm still looking for that. Even if it squeezes up here, I still want to buy that low down there. So Palantir, price target $26.
So Biden says I'm using.
I think you might fail it though at like 25.
It says
24 maybe.
Secure the border. We have to change our laws, and that Congress needs to give more funds for hiring officers.
If you're a Palantir bro, yeah, you're losing your weekly here, man. You're losing your weekly here. Your daily is strong as fuck. But your weekly looks like dog shit. So
do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for?
No, your daily looks great here.
Sign up today and get our special offer.
Your weekly looks like shit on Palantir
for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
So do you get the squeeze? Probably. You probably do get the squeeze. But I'm telling you, your weekly does not look good. It does not look healthy. So I would say a couple things. If you want to trade this Palantir to 26 bucks, makes sense. It makes sense that you trade that again. You at least get back up there and maybe fail it. So something like this. You go up there and fail it, but I really still want that trade. I want that fucking trade down there. So if you're a Palantir bull, you might get your 26. I still want that $17, $18 trade, $19 trade down there. So just be vigilant on Palantir. This is directed at my man from YouTube. Even if you catch that $26, I'm telling you, that weekly velocity, right? You'll wake up one morning and that shit'll be down 10%. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. I'm telling you, 50%. 2-3 days later, it's down 50%. So this trade is still alive, even if I haven't won it yet, but I'm going to win this one. I already know I am. So, but you're probably going to get the squeeze. So I'm going to draw the alternate here. You get a reprieve, Palantir bulls. I want to talk about something else with this too. Something important. I forget what this is called, but you basically have I don't know how to describe it nicely. But you've got their next earnings cycle coming up, and you got like 2 weeks of buyback periods and corpo shit, where corpos stop buying or selling, or start selling in 2 weeks or whatever. So maybe you get this, and then there's another run up to their next earnings. So you might have like 2 more weeks to have this work for you. I'm going to give you till June 14th. And then you'll start a new cycle for your next earnings to run up into your ER. I'll try to get with you on this later, explain it better to you, but there's that mechanical buying, selling that goes on by corporates for earnings season, run-ups into their earnings season. So I'll get that to you in the Discord. I'll post something about how the mechanics of that trade. So you might still get that $26. I don't think you're going any higher. But I do think you are going to go higher into your next ER. I think you're going to have a ripper into your ER to $30 or higher, maybe even higher than $30. That weekly velo though, man, it's looking like a bloodbath is coming at some point. So that's Palantir. On SPOOs. They're coming in right now, right? See if you can catch another dip buy over here and trade 531. Now, today's Tuesday. We got one more day, right? We only got one more day. Tomorrow's Wednesday. So between today and tomorrow, we should at least draw that in, right? The zone of yellow. Next target for SPY is 531.5. We're fucking pretty close. If you're not hedged, right, start thinking about it, please. You can get a month out ESTOW calls or some shit. I know you don't ever short strength. I know. Not a bad place to be, at least hedging the market. You can do like a put-back spread. It's ratio spread, also known as a ratio spread, a bear ratio spread. Put spread to 515. Even if we trade lower, 5,045. Do I think we just keep climbing here? We don't have a lot of time. We only have like a day left. Like Wednesday's kind of the cutoff, right? We're running out of time here. We have till like 4 p.m. tomorrow, but price is going to matter here, not so much time. I don't know if we hit that upper target today or tomorrow, but price is going to matter. If we start trading that 531.5, 530, they're going to try to step in there and sell. They're going to keep getting short. They're going to fucking hit it again and again and again. These guys are drinking the fucking Kool-Aid right now. They really are. I guess time kind of matters because we have events coming into the 13th. But we have some unrealized volatility that's likely coming down the pike, so you're being given another chance, is my point. Trading 528.56 right now. Look at this shit. They fucking have CNBC. Look at CNBC right now. Look at this shit. Market correction ahead. These fucks had a market correction like fucking 2 weeks ago. And they want another fucking market correction. They get everybody out. Matter of fact, they just got rid of all these headlines on the right. Earlier today, all the headlines were crash coming. Literally. Tesla is going to be down 30%. SPOOS is going to be down 10%. I shit you not. I shit you not. Let's go look at the pro thing. Let's go at fucking pro news. S&P to correct. This was front page for pros this morning. S&P to correct by 10% by end of fucking whatever. Tesla shares to tumble 30%. Hedge. We got our homeboy Tom Lee. SPY's gonna go up 4% to 5,500 by end of this month. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at right there. Am I going the wrong way with this transparency thing? I want the full red. Yeah. I'm with Tom Lee on this. $4 by the end of this month. So everybody telling you, this morning I gave you guys the doom and gloom story, or I've been giving you the doom and gloom story, and then I gave you the counter or the contra-trade. If all you guys are fucking hedged, and I'm watching this rotation going on, I'm watching a rotation going on right now. And you know what I'm wondering about here is, here's May, right? Here's May 1st. Here's May. That's the May low right there. We don't give up the May low. If we don't give up the May low in June, you know, we can hold this on the volatility that's expected, and then we crank and trade that right there. We trade 540. I don't know if we can get 550. That's a stretch. Why don't I think we can get, or I want 550, but I don't know if we can get it. The reason why I don't know if we can get it is because of SPX. SPX, there's a call wall. This is a SPX gamma. There's a call wall. It's pretty vicious. 110 milli up here at 5,400. Now that could develop where it goes higher. We don't have any gamma developing up there, but there's a pretty stiff wall at 5,400 here. Can we go up to 5,500? Yes. We need a lot more call development above to get there. Elliott Wave says we can get there. We don't give this up, though. We don't give up May. We don't give up May, right? I'm telling you what, if we don't give up the May lows in June, we're going to fucking 5,500, or at least on SPX. Or we should. 5,400 would be the low target. So if you can catch a low, but not break the month of May, right? You don't give up the month of May. All these buyers in the month of May are going to want to get paid up here. Not that high. They're going to want to get paid. Bull market secure. Thesis and end of year secure. I mean, this is the best I want to give you. I'm a fucking bull. I want to give you 515 at the worst. And why do I only want to give you 515? Fucking right here is why. I'll fucking show you why. That's why. The fucking sexy thing, isn't it? Fucking beautiful. Right fucking there. There comes that goddamn fucking daily trigger up there. You ain't giving shit up. And do you get a fucking correction again? Hell no, you already got your correction. Hell no, you already got your correction. We're moving on up. We need to be up if we're going to get election volatility. We need to get 485 at best for a monthly check back and trap all these bears in to provide the fucking fuel to go to 6,000 at the end of the year. I need bears all juiced up. We ain't getting bears all juiced up unless we got real volatility. We need these we need these bears. We need them to drink the Kool-Aid. The bears need to like believe. They gotta chug it. You gotta pour all the sugar in. You gotta stir it up for them so that they can't deny that it's gonna happen. And they gotta tell you like, hey, the election, dude, trust me, the market's gonna crash. Bull market over. And you need them to believe it. So they go in with like $300,000, $1 million, $50 million, $1 billion, whatever the fuck it is. And as we roll over and down, they got to load up and load their money in there. It's the only way we get the fuel to go to 6,000 up there. Oh, yeah, baby. You see it? Well, 580 to 6,000. Need the juice. We need to be higher. We need to be higher. So when they come in and they start saying the shit, wham, they rocket fuel that whole entire thing up. Can't just be call buyers. Need doom and gloom. We need some doom. We ain't got no doom, do we? We need some doom. Price target. Yeah, 530. 531.5, somewhere in there. 531.5 would be the measured move. 531.5 on SPY. We do. We need to be up there. We have a target of 6,000 in the year. So we got to get up there. No matter what these fucking bulls say. I mean bears. No matter what they're selling you out there. I never was expecting 500. I laid it out for you in a giant fucking special report. I said, you don't want 5,000 and you don't want 4,850. And these are the ramifications if we go there. You want to be watching and holding 515. I can already tell who gets this shit, who gets the briefs and who doesn't by what you say in chat. Don't worry, I write a fucking report, an essay every fucking night for everybody. I write an essay every single night. You can claim I say whatever you want, but I write it out every night. We actually give expectations a year out. We give them out 3 months out, 6 months out, a month out, hourly basis, 4-hour basis, 1-day basis. I don't want to be at 5,000. I don't want to be below the monthly low of May. I don't want to be at 4,850. My low is 515. That's the low that I want. For my projections, I got projections on public, on fucking public to the end of the year. So if you want to know what I think, and what we have to hold is 5,000, 500, 5,000. We have to hold that. Can't give it up. My thesis is 6,000. So I don't want to see 4,850. I don't want to see fucking. I don't mind seeing it later. If we can hit if we can hit 5,500, I'm okay with us going down to 4,850 because the monthly trigger is there. I'm okay with that then, but not right now. Like this early, I'm not okay with it. I'm not okay with trading that right now. That opens a door to ripping up any idea of 6,000 in my view. In my perspective, when you start asking for that shit, like you start changing sentiment. If you start shifting sentiment this early in the year, it's bad for the market. It opens the door to the stagflation trade and the end of a bull run this early. Later on in the year, I'm not so tied to it, but right now I am. I'm tied to us not trading below 515 in what I want to see. But if we could stretch down there for a day, 505, 5,000, like a brief moment of V-shaped recovery, I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with like trading down below 5,000, start fucking rejecting it, start trading below 4,800, start rejecting it. I know the drill. I know all of this shit. So that happens. I'm getting bearish at that point. You guys get what I'm saying? It was like different. Like a quick trip down below. I got no problem with that. A quick V-shaped recovery. Okay, you got your tag. You got your fucking 5,000 or whatever. But we start like staircasing down. Start seeing price reject. We're only in fucking June. We did that last year, right? We traded all the way the fuck down into October, November. We did squeeze up and into the year, but it still was no fun, was it? So I don't want to be on that no fun fucking trade into October fucking 12th. I know some people want that. I don't want it. So I want that big old squeeze up into 6,000. My view is that the bull run is over, or not even bull run. The bull market is over in starting in 25 and leading into 26. We're at the end of a long-term debt cycle. I own property worth a fuck ton of money, betting on that shit, millions. So I have millions betting on that happening. So I got my money where my mouth is in this shit. End of long-term debt cycle, or long-term debt cycle likely. You want a date? It's probably middle of 2026 when I expect a housing crash, but they could front run it. Everyone's on edge right now that owns properties to front run it. So I don't know when they front run it. They could start it in the beginning of 25. You just need a fucking panic and it'll start. So on that larger time frame, or they just squeeze us up in at 2026, middle of 2026. I don't know if that happens. That would be a target of like 7,000 to 9,000 on SPY. It would be just like the tech bubble for into 2026. Be just like the late 90s, 2000, 2001. I hope that doesn't happen, but if it does, I'd be open to it. But I don't want to see this shit right now. I don't want to see like the early year stagflation trade. That is from 1968 to 69 is when it started. We were in a cup and handle then too. And what we did was we back-checked the cup and handle, and we just fucking traded sideways for a full decade. One full fucking sideways decade. It was horrible. I don't think we're in that same analog market right now. I don't think we ever will be again in that same analog market where we trade that same thing. Fucking trading tips and bonds and buying property. Housing cycle doesn't match up with it either. So I think we're in that blow off top scenario. So I don't want to see any like, oh yeah, Cap, we're going to go down to 48.50, start rejecting that kind of nonsense bullshit. I would be open to not a crash. I would say this. I would be open to a really fast move down. I'd even be open to 20% down, like today. If we went down like 20% over the course of like 2 weeks, and then immediately went up 40 fucking %, because that would be a very similar analog to the tech bubble. Tech bubble was wild. If you don't remember the tech bubble, it was like you'd be down like 20, literally 17%, 14%. If we go up to anything above 6,000 in this run, we will do that eventually. We will have that happen. In my view, you would have like violent moves down, violent moves up, crazy volatility. But I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we're quite there yet. I think it needs to be apparent that it's going to be there. I think It needs to become apparent that we're going to squeeze this market in a vicious way for that to begin to happen. We're not there yet. We're not like above 5,500. We're not at 6,000. We're not there yet for that to begin to happen. We're not there yet in that cycle. If we are in that cycle, if we're in that squeeze, the top off, like a real true blow off top, we're not there yet. Anyways, trading 529.06 right now. My target for me to put on a hedge is above here at 531.5. I want to hedge the market for a downside move into next week. Whenever we hit that target, I'm looking to sell, or not sell, but I'm looking to hedge myself. I'll do it on the Robinhood account too with you guys. I'll show you guys what exactly I'm going to trade. I'm likely going to trade ESTOW. For me personally, I think I'm going to do ESTOW. I'm going to put at least June 28th on them. Maybe July, but I think I want to see the roll of calls from early June into late June. There is one more thing here I want to talk to you guys about. There is one more trade here I want to talk to you guys about. In the future, we traded this 2 months in a row, I think, maybe more. Our boy Vol Wiz just came out today and talked about the same trade again. We got to talk about it for this month for OPEX for June. And that's a big DivX trade where market manipulators come into the market and they steal the dividend from S&P 500. We'll talk to you if you're gonna sell. If you're gonna sell calls, I'm gonna talk about. I'm gonna see if I can get Scott on the show. If you're gonna sell calls, let me see if I can word this for you closely. Give me a second here. If you're gonna sell calls on the S&P 500 for OPEX, listen closely. If you're a call seller for June OPEX instead of being a put buyer, or a call buyer on ESTOW or whatever, be really careful. What did he say exactly this time? He said, what does he say his warning exactly was? See if I can shorten this, what he said down here. Yeah, he takes it away from short call people. He says he makes it succinct here. Yeah, people wake up to a margin call. Never, never, never sell Thursday or Friday of OPEX week SPY calls unless you are sure they will end up well out of the money. Spread traders beware. So listen closely here, okay? If you're going to sell calls in a spread, never, never, never sell the Thursday or Friday of OPEX week SPY calls unless you are sure they will end up well out of the money. Warning to all spread traders out there. Now, we've traded it here on the show. We've traded both sides of it. We traded the sell side and the buy side. Last time we traded it, it happened early, didn't it? I think it happened like a day earlier than we expected, but we were already ready for it. So we traded both sides of that successfully. And as a matter of fact, more fucking people on FinTwit said nobody caught both sides of it. We did here in the show. So beware of that if you're a call seller hedging the market, that you do not have any of that shit expiring, or you'll get called away. Stop scaring them. Short sellers like, don't be scaring the kids. So I'll explain that trade to you. I'm going to try to get Scott to come on and do it because I've had him on. He's explained it in the past here in the show. We've traded it together as a group very successfully, I might add. One time, I think we only caught one leg. The other leg never produced. And then the other time we traded it, we got both legs of that trade were successful. We got like two out of the 3 legs we got, and then one of them we only got one of 2 legs. And that trade's coming up again. So I'll explain it to you guys in depth again, and I'll ask Scott. I think he's back from vacation, and I'll see if I can get him on the show to explain it one more time. Short seller ST knows what I'm talking about. Short seller ST knows when I talk about where the market is expected to move over time. Short seller ST is one of the best fucking guys out there that knows where the doors are. Like short seller ST knows if we go here, door opens for this. If we go there, door opens for that. And what you want to see, like for the bull trade, what you want to see for the bear trade, what you want to see for the stagflation trade. And he knows as well as I do what you want to see, what you don't want to see for those future projections. Hey, what's going on, Joey? Joey, do you like ESTOW too? Joe Donut's here. He fucking loves ESTOW. Loves it. He knows we got to wait for that test, right? Oh, yeah, the 18-year housing crash. I know, I don't want to scare him, short seller. We're at the end of an 18-year housing cycle. Not yet. We're not there yet. It's not so bad either. It's not really that bad. It's just that I want to divest and I want to buy cheaper. Joey, I'm looking at 21 C's for June 28th, but I'm not ready for him yet. Those known sellers are up here. Just a note right now, too, we're coming into the call wall at 5,300 on SPX. Just a note here, if you have not hedged yourself, we're at the beginnings of hedging yourself right now. That's what I'm looking at, Joey. I'm looking at the ESTOW 21C for June 28th. But I want to get rid of them if we hit 515. If we hit 515 on, now get rid of those on ESTOW at like 19 or 20 bucks. Short seller saying that my first house was overvalued and my mortgage was greater than 7%. Doubled my money less than 10 years later. 100%. That's what I don't want to say like the housing end of the housing market is bad for you. Because even when that roll comes in, it's not going to be like, it shouldn't, unless we have a housing crisis, it shouldn't come down that bad. I use it more of as a gauge for economic debt cycles in relation to the stock market. I don't think our housing market is going to crash that bad. Not as bad as we did in 08. I don't think it's that bad. I think the key part would be on Winky's saying put in a bid for 5 cents. I think that the key part in this housing cycle would be to have cash on hand. So, okay, here's some insider stuff for you, okay? I really don't care what happens at the end of this housing cycle. Like in terms of where housing prices go. I'm more concerned with having cash on hand, like hard cash, so that houses that are in bankruptcy if you have cash on hand, the banks want the liquidity to buy those houses. They don't want you taking loans, that kind of shit. They want cash, so you can get a better cash price on stuff. This is a lesson from 07, 08 too, by the way. That's why we are, in my viewpoint, a large reason why we are where we are today is because of the new rules that came out out of 07, 08. You think you're making a better home buyer, but in fact, you made them more Teflon. That's why we're at where we are today. Well, it's part of the reason. That's not the full reason, but a lot of the reason we're here today is because we're not washing homeowners out anymore due to tighter restrictions on who can buy. I'm serious. Yeah, you've got better buyers, or you did in 07, 08, and after. You got better buyers. Better buyers. You got a better buyer. Like, indirectly, we caused the class of people to be a better, there are unintended consequences, like tail risk to the protections that were put in place to stop that from ever happening again. Yeah, Canada Fed right now is reinforcing that opinion, that they had better rules than we did. I agree. I think that's real and true. I think that's real and true. Just a note down below, there are local resistance, the local call wall on SPX right now. I warned you to hedge just a moment ago, gave you an opportunity to hedge. Yeah, it's this weird thing, like, so one of the big things, right? One of the big things was way back in the day, you could fucking mortgage like a motherfucker, basically a signature loan, right? Just like my wife does that shit to me. Seriously. Where you just like sign your name and say, I got this, I got that, I got a job, whatever. You could remortgage, buy more houses, right? Blah, 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 blah. When after 07, 08, what happened was everything turned to hard money loans. If you were going to renovate and flip a property, in the mid 2000s, like 2010 to 2015, I started flipping houses then. So right after the fucking crash, I started flipping houses. And when I went to go flip houses, when I wanted a loan, they told me to go fuck myself. They were like, you're out of your fucking mind. We're not doing that ever again. So hard money lenders became huge. Hard money lenders were big. But hard money lenders aren't like the banks. That's like the mafia. Those guys are serious. Those guys are straight up. They're like, we want your money. We want some cash from you. We want to know you have skin in the game. We want you to fucking renovate that shit in 3 to 6 months. We want that shit on market selling. And we're not giving you good points. Not until you fucking flip with us 2, 3, 4 properties. We want to know that you can fucking do this. That's how it went. So these guys, you know what they did? In the 2010 to 2019-ish, they fucking made hand over fist money the right way. Flipping houses. And they started making cash, hard cash. And so what these guys did was they started instead of doing fix and flips, they started doing fix and holds into COVID. So they started fixing, flipping, making bank, getting a better VIG from hard money lenders. They had a bunch of cash. They had a bunch of cash, and you know what they did was they started buying and holding with cash. So I'll buy a house now with cash, and instead of flipping it, I own it. Then I rent it out. It's a rental. So I get a renter in there, and then I mortgage it. So then I mortgage it. I got a renter paying the mortgage. Then I can take that cash And I can go do more fix and holds. So all these guys that were flipping with me back then, I didn't jump on that buy and hold train like a lot of these guys did. I don't have like 100 fucking properties, but every guy in that group that I was in, they all, like, not every, but, you know, 70% of them, they own like 30, 40, 50, 100 properties now. Those guys are fucking bulletproof. Yeah, they're kind of bulletproof. They're kind of but they're way more bulletproof than just, you know, oh, I'm going to take a personal home equity loan and fucking remortgage a bunch of shit, keep rolling all these remortgages from property to property. They had to like slowed it down. Spoo's bleeding right now, back down to its half-hour trigger. They do. They got a ton of capital. These guys are filthy fucking rich. Filthy fucking rich. Filthy. And they've got income. They got like renters in these places, and they buy them cheap. These guys know no boundaries. They go from state to state. They're going to like Minneapolis, Cleveland, Dayton. They go to the shittiest cities, and they buy like $1,500, $3,500, $5,000, $15,000 houses, and they renovate them. And they'll never have to sell. The only thing that the only problems they have are when the cities or not the cities, but the counties can press these guys, and they do. So counties catch on to this stuff, and so what they'll do is they'll make the investor pay for the infrastructure upgrades. So what they'll do is they'll come in and say, you know what, I'm going to raise your taxes. I'm going to force you to replace your sewer lines. I'm going to force you to replace plumbing. I'm going to force you, instead of doing lead abatement, I'm going to force you to remove all the lead in your house. All of it. I want it all out of that house. And that's what the counties will do. So they do get pinched in certain ways, but these guys are fucking resilient. We are likely moving into a time period in the next 50 years in the U.S. We are likely going to move into a time period where you have a consolidation of our housing market, and you will not own your home. Your grandkids will be renters, just like they do in Europe. Just like they do in Europe. You will more than likely never own your home. Next 2 generations. I got it right here. I draw it out for you guys. I think you have one more rip coming in tomorrow. One more. One more ripper. I think. But you just had a high here, 529.18. Did you hedge yourself? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get you know what sucks too is we don't have a land issue, do we? We don't have a land issue, but land is being bought up like crazy. Ask a farmer or a rancher. Ask a farmer, not a hobby farmer. Ask a farmer or a rancher. I got ranchers in my family. Fucking land is stupid now. So like all the land around the country is being locked up right now. You got policies in effect that we don't build properly in cities. Some cities are doing it right. Like you go look at like Seattle. They are building. If you go to Seattle, right? They used to have houses everywhere in Seattle. They tear them down and they build these like condos. They're like triple-decker condos, townhouses. You can buy them. They're expensive. $1 million fucking condo, a box, like a cockroach. So yeah, if you want to buy one, you can, but you better be fucking rich. You better be fucking rich if you want to buy something. So it becomes where they're owned by corporations and you become a fucking renter. That will be in the next 50 years. Probably next 50 years, you'll see that more and more of that. It's a hard way to live, right? Not owning anything. Everything's a fucking service. Air conditioner will be a service. Dishwasher. I'm not joking on that. You want to unlock your dishwasher in your home that you rent. You'll pay a fee for that. You want to run your air conditioning. You're going to pay a fee for that. Not your heat, but your other shit like your AC, dishwasher, all that shit, all that extra shit. I'm telling you, dudes. They already plan it right now. They talk about it right fucking now. You can go up to some houses and rent them instantly. You know that, right? You can go right up to the front door. They got a keypad. Literally press in the keypad, give yourself your own tour, and do your application right there. They'll take the fucking payment immediately if you got good credit. It's fucked up. I'm telling you, there's going to be a whole class of people. You will never own a home. Not you, not I, not my kids, but our kids' kids. High probability. They will be a renter class, most of them. They're running the model in Europe right now. You can see it. It's all over Europe. They're doing it all over Europe right now. Ask a European. Ask someone from like Ireland and England. Ask them. Say, do you guys all own your homes anymore? I'm going to run that shit over here, too. They do it in China, too. They do it in Shanghai. They do it in Hong Kong. Greed, man. It's fucking like the worst greed ever. It's the worst. It's the worst form of greed. Yeah, it's like the company town, right? It's like the company town. We've had that. We've had company towns in the past. No, fucking Detroit was a company town at one point, right? It's like the endless search for profit. Never, never stop, right? More profit, more profit, more profit, more profit, more profit, more profit. I need more profit. It's cruelty. It is cruelty. Well, it's not necessarily cruelty if you don't know what it is. What they do is that over a course of 1 to 2 generations, they get you used to it so you don't know any better. You don't know any better. You don't know what quality is or was. It's not that you can't have quality either. You know what's fascinating is my family has a ranch, right? And they raise cattle. And remember we had the beef what was that beef shit called? The slime. There's like beef slime. And I went back for a family pink slime. So when that was a big topic, I went back for a family reunion, and I'm sitting around the big table, and they're all talking about this stuff. And these guys don't care. These guys don't have a political agenda. These are guys that are producing beef for you to eat. And they're like, there's just not enough beef out there. They're like, there never will be enough beef for the consumption level in the world. And the population is growing. And they were kind of laughing about the ban that you guys want as consumers on beef slime. And they're like, this is never going to be forever. We just can't produce beef on the scale that these people want for their fucking McDonald's hamburger. Like, it's just not reality. It's literally not based in reality. You know what I'm saying? So you condition people over generations to accept something that's lesser quality. And before you know it, you're saying yes to it. Like when you get like, they call it fast fashion, right? You go out there and you buy yourself a pair of jeans. They last you, what, 6 You wear them 6 times, 8 times, they start to fall apart. You get a little rip, they get a little tear. The fabric's not as thick. You guys ever notice you buy a T-shirt sometimes, stains don't come out like they used to? Right? When I was a kid, you could buy a concert T-shirt. That fucking thing would last you 20 years. 20 years. They don't make T-shirts like that anymore. You go get a printed T-shirt today, you might get 10 uses out of it. You get one stain and it's permanent. Real Levi's, how much do those cost? $135 on the low end, right? A good pair of Levi's cost about $350 today. You can buy them. You can buy that shit, but they ain't $30, are they? They're not $30, are they? They're $150, $130, $135 for the low end pair of 501s. I think 505s right now are $350. Those used to be $20, $30 when I was a kid. $20, $30 a pair of jeans. Yeah. Yep. Those jeans last forever. But my point of those, you're training younger generations to accept things, to accept lesser quality. Right? When you train kids, this is okay, this is okay, this is okay, they start going, you know what, I like it like this. I don't mind this. This isn't so bad. This is okay. I find enjoyment out of this. What are my parents talking about? What's my granddad talking about over there? Tell that old man to shut up. Like you and I get mad, but a kid goes, I'm enjoying everything. Now, some things are better, though, right? Can't say that everything's bad. Like an LCD TV is cheap, right? You can get those on sale for a 50-inch TV for like $200. Does it last longer than 3 or 5 years? No. You can get a fucking cell phone that's a computer, right? You couldn't get that. $200, $500, you can get a cell phone that's like a computer. We got that going for us. So some things are better. They just don't make them well, do they? They make them obsolete to break. Yeah, a good bag of lettuce, man. Good, like a tomato off a garden. Woof. Did you get yourself a hedge, Dave? Good job. Congratulations. Feels good being hedged, doesn't it? Don't look at it. Do what the bears do. Take that hedge, do it on a separate account, right? Close the laptop and don't stare at it for 2 weeks. No matter where price goes right now, just don't stare at it. Look at it in 2 weeks. Yeah, bananas, man. That's true too, right? Perfect fruits, perfect vegetables. You can't even get some of that shit anymore. I got a friend in New Mexico. He raises heirloom corn, and he has to raise it in this canyon in the middle of nowhere. He bought a canyon, and he raises corn in this canyon because of the crossbreeding that's going on with corn everywhere, trying to protect this corn out in the middle of fucking nowhere. And he's losing the battle right now. He's losing the battle trying to protect corn. Yeah. Yeah, they make vegetables and fruits. They're all not even the Frankenstein part of it, just the resistance part of it, right? They're still good for you. They're not what they once were decades and decades ago. Monsanto. Fucking Monsanto, dude. I get why they have to do it because you can't feed everybody. But talk about a crime, right, of losing that stuff, right? The beauty of that stuff. People never knowing the flavor of that stuff. Yeah, we did it naturally, though, too, didn't we? Apples. I read that story about apples. I'm talking about the Monsanto shit. where everything is bland, perfect. The poorest make our food. I'm not actually anti that, but I wish we could save some of it too. And we can't right now, right? All that shit spreads in the air. All that Monsanto gets cross-pollinated or cross-bred. Not pollinated, but bred with other strains. I still think we're going higher. I still think we're going to fourth or to 530, 531 and a half, somewhere in there. 531 and a half. 531 and a half. 50 up there. I leave it lower because I don't want you guys. So this is my actual expectation is 531.50, but I lower it on you guys. What I tell you guys is lower because I don't want them to come in and sell us early. And you go, oh, Cap, you said we were going here. I'd rather you be like, oh, we went above your expectations. That's true. I actually do that. I actually pare back my expectations because I'd rather go above it and you guys be like, oh, wow, it's even better. You suck, Cap. Because if they do come in and sell into us early, you guys get mad. And you're like, Cap, you said we were going to this number. So I do alter slightly. I do. Okay, so for right now, bumpy road ahead. I do expect one more push higher. Then I would not be long this market. After that, I will chase price action up. Above there. I would like to see some kind of like break above. Just right there. I would like to see. So this is SPX Gamma here. We have volatility coming down the road, so I would like to see like that push higher, and then that volatility send us down and have a real true face ripper up. Now, I don't know where that down is. 515's the worst on that expectation, but I think ultimately we resolve to the upside on SPY. So I think ultimately the ultimate target is this 540, possibly 550. But just don't, it's like anything, right? It's like this bloodbath over here. If you're looking to get long, there's always opportunities to get long. So be patient. The buyers are still here. We haven't had a bad report yet. We've got PCE coming out on Friday. So we do have some volatility possibly being added in. I mean, we don't have much vol, right? We got it coming. We've got volatility coming. We've got a Fed meeting. We've got PCE. We've got CPI. I listed them off to you, right? We got the split coming for NVDA. We've got Apple. All that kind of shit heading into the middle of the month. So, or heading into not quite the middle of the month. I believe it ends on June 13th. So there's probably going to be some kind of an ability at some point to have a quick snap to the downside. I don't want to see that downside snap go down to 5,000, go down to 48.50. And even if it does, it better be a fucking V-shaped recovery. I think we banned glyphosate finally this year in the U.S. I can't get it anymore. I used to buy glyphosate for flip houses, overgrown houses that had like years, 20 years of trees and shit growing. I'd spray the whole fucking yard down with glyphosate. That shit's potent. That shit's darn gnarly. Glyphosate will kill you. No, I think it got banned. They were selling it. You could buy it at Home Depot. I don't think you can buy it anymore. I think you might be able to buy like a small amount of it. I don't think you can. Maybe you can. Let me look. I used to buy it full strength. Let me see if I can buy it right now. I thought you couldn't. Or is it just Home Depot that stopped carrying it? Yeah, it looks like you can buy it at Tractor Supply. I couldn't get it at Home Depot anymore. I thought they banned it at Home Depot. 41%. Woof. 53%. Used to be able to buy it fucking juiced. Says you can buy it here in an ag store. Yeah, it says that. Maybe it was just Home Depot that stopped carrying it. I used to buy it in this little orange bottle. It was like full strength. Let me see. Glyphosate banned, or was it just Home Depot that did that? Stop selling glyphosate concentrate. Do I have that wrong? Yeah, it says here, right here. Okay, so they just stopped doing it. It looks like they still sell it, but it's not concentrate. Let me show you this. It says 124-hour organizations demand Home Depot and Lowe's immediately pull cancer linked. So maybe they never did it, or maybe they just decided to not sell the concentrate stuff. I guess I'm wrong on that one. This one says 50% super concentrate. They used to sell like one that was like 100%, I thought. I used to buy an orange bottle from them. I think it was like 100 fucking percent glyphosate. Like that shit would be like one capful to like a gallon of water. Yeah, they're still. I thought they banned it. I had no idea they didn't stop banning that shit. That shit's bad for you, man. That shit is really bad. Really bad shit. I thought they banned it. Yeah, they used to have an orange bottle of it at Home Depot. Here, orange bottle. I want to see what that one was. Yeah, this shit right here. That was only 41%. No, this one doesn't say this isn't the same bottle. This isn't the same stuff. They used to sell one that was like cranking. I didn't know they still had that stuff. Yeah, HDX. That's what it was. HDX. I swear it was like 100% or something there, like a super concentrate. They spray it on wheat fields. I didn't know you could still get it. I thought they actually banned it, but it looks like they didn't, or voluntarily stopped carrying it. I just burn shit now. I burn weeds. You guys think this is top or no? $46 million put flow right now. You think this is the top? I think we got one more day of this. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I got one more day of up. Let's take a look at it in 30 minutes. Yeah, I think I got one more day of up. The 1 hour shows it better. This cluster right here. I think we got one more day of up. I'm going with more upside. I'm going with more upside here. But I think there are real sellers here. I think these guys are assholes. These guys mean fucking business up here. I'm sticking with this trade. We're going to go up. There's a little bit of weakness in the hourly velocity right now. If you were bearish, like this is the top, then I can understand that with velocity saying it is too. I mean, I'm not really calling. I don't really. Sorry, I'm not really meaning you're an asshole or anything. I'm just being figurative. These guys up here. One more push higher. One more push higher. I'm on a 1 hour basis right now. Whatever this rip is going to be, though, I'm going to sell this fucker. Almost time, Joe Donut. If you're out there, we're not quite there yet, bro. I think Winky's got it right. Put a 5-cent bid in. Yeah, I think we're going to go up one more time. I don't know if they do it now or tomorrow. If they do it now, I'm going to take a short out. 3:33 in the afternoon. If they can catch us into the close here, I might go short. Robinhood, baby. We'll set that one up too. Let's look at ESTOW. We'll do it in ESTOW. I just got a message. I just got a message from Robinhood that said inverse leverage product. This product is designed to multiply the opposite return of its underlying assets. It's risky and may not be for all investors. Thanks. Thank you very much. Mary Garrison, what are you doing? What's up, Mary Garrison? What's going on out there? What do you think? We got one more upside move or no? Hi, Kitty. What do you think, Mary Garrison? One more upside move or no? This top? Hi, Kitty. You stretching it out? Hi, Kitty, Kitty. Mary Garrison, what are you doing out there? How are you doing today? Hi. Hi, Mrs. Paz. What are you doing? It's too hot outside for you right now. It's hot. Don't you want to wait until the sun goes down to go outside? Dude, look at that. Look at that ESTOW. That ESTOW wants to pump right now. Look at that ESTOW. Says 24-hour market on it, too. Stock lending. Enroll in stock lending program. Robinhood is fucking crazy. Robinhood, man. I think Robinhood should get a fucking warning on it when you sign in. June 28th. Who the fuck is asking 10 cents on ESTOW? Which one of you assholes out there bought ESTOW and is now asking 10 cents on fucking... You want me to fucking buy your fucking 10-cent call? On ESTOW and 21C? Dirty, dirty sons of bitches out there. One of you assholes has a fucking bid in there to make me buy your shit? You guys are assholes. Yeah, exactly, Juan. Fucking, you guys are in there fucking setting the market right now? I'm gonna fucking put a bid in at 2 cents. Force you to fucking sell to me, fucking sons of bitches. I can't believe you're in there doing that right now. Manipulating fucking ESTOW? Seriously? Drop your fucking bid from 10 cents to 5 cents, you scumbags. The fucking bid was like 5 cents earlier. Don't raise the bid. Drop your bid to like 3 cents. Force them to sell to you. So for this to work, we need like the market rolling down. We need ESTOW approaching 21. We need someone willing to buy it or a market maker willing to buy it. They never were willing to buy shit unless there's interest. Maybe we should go to 20s. Let's look at 20Cs are 10 cents. We're going to move to 20C, I think. Yeah, the bid is 10 cents on 19 too. I'm not buying yet. We'll see how this works itself out. You're already on 21? Shit. You're already on it, Stocks Anonymous? You're going to fucking print the fuck out of that, dude. Did you see the options profit calculator on that trade? I looked at it earlier. It's juicy, bro. I think it pays like 500 or 600%. It's a big payday. You got to do it at the right moment, though. You got to make sure there's people that want them. You got to catch people when they're panicking. Make sure when you go to sell those fucking things that the market is in a straight down red. Like moving down violently. Not bouncing, like it has to be like coming into like 515. Yeah, you got to sell to the like the bears that are telling you it's going to keep crashing. You're selling into those fucking guys. Otherwise, you won't catch a buyer, and you'll have to take the market maker bid, which will be nothing. Will be low. The market order. Need like Panic at the Disco. Watch them print on Fed Day. 25 BPS rate hike. Market just fucking blasts down to the depths of hell. Oof. Oof. Stonks Anonymous is already out of the trade. Fed chair fucking just slaps on 25 BPS. Market fucking craters. One full day of hard selling. Then it recovers 3 days later. On a Friday, it all comes back. You watch your fucking calls go to fucking, 5,000%. Trade 30 on fucking ESTOW. Next Wednesday. Next Wednesday. I don't know, 15 cents. That's a pretty good hedge, right? You guys lose that money all the time, so cheap hedge. Fucking market just blasts down to the depths of fucking hell, dude. Fucking Nick Timmeros is out there telling you don't expect a rate cut or a rate hike. Jerome fucking just slams it in his face one more time. Timmeros looks like a dumbass for the third time in a row. Stop trusting the mouthpiece of the Fed. I think we got a little bit more to go up again, John. I'm going to trade 531.5. I'm selling that, brother. Damon Garris knows about the trade, right? We just had one fucking Fed day with a surprise rate hike. This fucking market will go to zero in one day. It'll be great. We got one more pump, John, left. One more pump, bro. Yeah, I'm with you on that too, G-Raper. $343. Looks like it wants to squeeze into the bell. We should talk about that too. I keep wanting to do a segment on this, and I haven't done it yet. How to hedge the market for like 2-3 years. With leaps. Everyone's up here. Everybody's up here hanging out, watching to see what happens. I used to. I used to trade more leaps. I don't do them anymore. I used to trade more leaps when I wasn't streaming. Yeah, they got one more up move. I think we got one more up move. We're going to go up there and see. We're going to go up there and see if those sellers are real. We're going to test them out. I'm going to explain the thesis here, a little bit of the thesis here to you. So basically, you have this low right here, right? You got your low right here, right? Buyers stepped in and bought. So what do? We go up and check where the real sellers are. They said they're right here, right? So they're saying they're right here, right? We should make a new low, right? We didn't, did we? That didn't happen, did it? We stopped at a higher low, right? Pretty basic, right? Easy stuff, basic stuff. So now that we know that these sellers are bullshit, right? Or they're not bullshit, but we know we have buyers. I should say we know that the sellers are right here. Shouldn't say that they're bullshit. We just know that the buyers came or the sellers came in right here. They slammed it down. So we also know that buyers stepped in again, right? So they're right here. So then we spotted up and they came back down and slammed it down. And the buyers came in, right? They bought it up. And these sellers came in. They bought it up. So we broke above them, didn't we? So these sellers are bullshitters. Now, these sellers up here are not bullshitters. These guys are legit. So my thought here would be we'd at least go up there into some of that supply and knock it down. And then we would retest that low at 515. And then come back up here and smash through these guys over here. That's how you get your 540. So at least for right now, we're gonna go up there and see who's up there. Let's see who the fuck these guys are right here. Let's see if these guys are real. See if these sellers will come down and be like, "You shall not pass" the first time. And I do think we rolled down into that 515. Capture all those buyers, send us higher. I could be wrong. But we're going to go up there and test them out right now, guaranteed. Find out who they are. Maybe they gap us overnight. Yeah, see who they are. Stick our fingers in there. Poke the bear, baby, as they say. Poke the bear. I think they're there, though. I think they're real. I think they're real sellers. I don't think that they're fake. I think at the least, a worst case scenario, you normally come back and test those prior highs. They usually send us down anyways. So, not always, but a lot of times, right? Send us packing the first time. Yeah, Canada Fett. Weeks, dude. Remember that shit? Not anymore, right? Remember placing weekly calls or monthly puts? Monthly calls, remember that shit? Like place your trade, come back in a week or even a month. Last trade, Canada Fett. Last time I traded one of those trades on SPY, I was like, it's in the money. Okay, it's out of the money. It's in the money again. Now I'm getting theta torched. Not like that anymore, is it? I think I'm at, what's that account at right now? $47 to $42. Yeah, they're buying puts right now. Traders become volatility fiends. Yeah. That's how I used to trade too, Canada. I used to trade the same way. Those days are over, dude. HFTs, man. Algo trading, HFTs. I wanted to talk to you guys about that the other day. I didn't get the chance to talk to you guys. You saw that glitch the other day? On Monday, that glitch in the stock market? Expect more of that shit, right? It's all fucking automated traders, dude. It's like eating, it's like compressing time periods now. Tesla, I think it's still heading higher, but they might attempt to close that gap down there at 150. They're claiming it. They're setting up the trade right now. Because if we go above, we're going to trade 280. They don't want to hear it. That's ohm right there. That's all ohm. It's all fucking scam and fucking rich ohm pushing a narrative. %30 drop in Tesla. That's literally something that's like I'm short from the top and I don't want it going back up to 300 or 280. That's good, Canada. I try to take the money out. I separate day trading and bottom fishing and all that kind of shit. I separate it all now. And then I remove money from the market today too. I have the way that I usually blow up accounts is if I mix everything. And then the other way I blow up accounts is by size. I'll get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then I start making like $30,000 fucking one-way option trades, $50,000 one-way option trades, 2-3 of those losses, and I'm fucked. I take the money out and not quite start over, but $50K, but I only trade $1,000 trades, sometimes 3 or 5,000, but no more size anymore for me. I don't know if it's me. I don't know if it's my mentality or whatever. Your ESTOW calls are up 350% right now. Okay, expectations for tomorrow. We are going to trade 5:30. I expect a move higher. I don't know if it's overnight. I don't know if we have to buy the dip at 9:30 in the morning. I am looking for 5:30 on the upside. There is a downside move coming in my estimation. How deep that downside move is, I don't know. There are data and events tied to how low we go. I don't want to give up 515. If you're a bull, you must hold 500. If we begin to trade below 500 and rejecting, that is very bad for bulls. We trade underneath 48.50, and it's good night. It's going to be ugly. So, like, if we touch down below, it's one thing, but if we go below and start to break lower, we've got a target on the weekly trigger, but then we've got a monthly trigger down there that's like 460 or something. You've got guys like Jamie Dimon point blank saying to you, Miguel got too, saying the underneath the vol surface, there is a chance if we head into these events that we could have a bloodbath day. 5% downside move. 5%. There's a window for it coming up into the middle of the month, so be aware of that. What else? I think that's it. Just be aware of it. I don't think that you should position for it. I think you should position for something in the money. If it goes there, you're covered. You're going to get paid. Yeah, I make most of my money, Canada, on like really oversold shit. Like put walls, oversold bounces. It's like the most consistent fucking way to make money in this market. If you already bought yourself a hedge, please don't look at it. Serious out there. It's not advice, but it's when I do that, I can get out of a position before I'm supposed to. So if I have like a hedge in the market, I don't look at it. I'd fucking in Colorado will go to zero rather than fuck around with it. If it starts to make money, start having a down day, cash in, take it, and leave. You can continue to trade the market up too if you're in a hedge. It's another thing. So oftentimes on Twitter, FinTwit, Wall Street Bets, wherever, I'll hear people say things like, if your thesis is down, why are you buying calls? If the market goes up, trade what's in front of you. You can leave the hedge on. That's a protection for you to make money if we continue to go higher. So don't feel like you can't be on two sides of a trade. Spreads are built like that. There's no reason for you to not be able to trade both sides or be in two different positions, bearish and bullish. You don't sit there and just watch your hedge burn and not trade the market up if we continue to go higher. It'll pay for your hedge and turn it into a lotto trade. Let's be aware of that as well. I want you to be aware of that. This market goes up and to the right, so if we don't have that down move, you want to trade up at the market. You can leave the hedge on and use it as protection insurance in case your thesis is wrong or it's wrong twice. Don't be listening to people out there on FinTwit telling you stupid shit. Price action is king, always. $3:58, 2 minutes left into the bell. All right. Hey, you're welcome, guys out there. We took a trade together today. There was money to be made. Today we made money, right? We took a trade together on stream. We're doing pretty good taking trades together, aren't we? Having some pretty good fucking days around these parts. It's not luck, is it? It's not fucking luck. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Oh, I got some programming notes. I'll post this in the Discord. I'll put it in tonight's brief. I have this week. I've got two events for my daughter in the morning, graduating school. They're not all day long, but like for an hour or two in the morning, I got to show my face. It's important to my daughter. It's almost summertime. I got to be there for her. The stream will likely be up early on those days, so like 8 a.m. or something. And I won't be back for the stream until 10 or something like that. I will get the exact times for you tonight. They've been moving it. I was told it was a couple days. Now I'm being told it's Thursday, Friday. I think it's Thursday, Friday. They've moved these days on me multiple times this week, and I don't know what the fuck is going on at this point, but I know one thing, I got to show up, no matter what it is. Thanks, I appreciate that. My daughters mean the world to me. They're my everything. They are my Ferraris. I don't have anything. I've got kids. I don't have Ferraris. I ain't got nice shit. I got two nice kids, and I treat them like they're a fucking Lamborghini. I kid you not. I chose to have kids. And I fucking love these kids. They are my world. They are my children. They're my offspring, and they're my best thing for me. So I got to be there on those times for them. I'll take some pictures and shit. It'll be kind of cool. Look at that cliff we're on right there. You see that cliff? That cliff is sketchy as fuck, isn't it? Look at that thing right there. It's like a fucking precipice, isn't it? It's like they want to sell it overnight. Like they're like, fuck you. That's right. Entire worlds. They're my everything. They really are. They are the everything to me. They've become that. I have like a really deep-seated love for my kids. So I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. I'll give you the exact times and what's going on about that graduation stuff. Stream will be up, of course, and then I'll be back for the rest of the stream. You'll be getting a brief from me tonight as well. Just note here as we close up the day, we're within range, right, to be hedged. We're there. We're getting there. You guys, sometimes you guys want like the exact pin strike, and I can't always give it to you. So I don't think it's irrational to be hedged here into this close. If we go up another dollar or two and you're getting squeezed, this is the place to be squeezed. If the market continues higher, we trade 550 right now. You can trade it up and still be hedged, but it's appropriate for you to be hedged in and around this area. Not financial advice, but, you know, we got some volatility coming. We only got, if you think about volatility is not always if it's bad or good. It's that we have events lined up that should bring vol. Okay? And they're going to be looking for that vol, an excuse for volatility. Otherwise, we ain't got none. We got to reset that vol at some point. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Wary Rome, good to see you, brother. Hope all of you guys have a great night. Get some rest, and I'll see you in the morning. Take it easy. I can't do the ending song anymore. I got to get a new one. They're fucking me on YouTube again. I need a new fucking song.